1978, Fall Asleep to Hilarious History by Mark Twain, being a record of follies, fashions, and financial frights. Copyright 2026, James Henderson. Chapter 1. It has often been remarked, usually by people with something expensive to sell, that clothes make the man. If this is true, then by the year of our Lord 1978, the American man had been unmade, shredded, and reassembled by a committee of blind tailors with a personal grudge against the laws of nature. In my earlier peregrinations through this mortal veil, I had assumed that the peak of human sartorial absurdity had been reached with the powdered wig, or perhaps the bustle, a device designed to make a woman look like she was concealing a small, unruly pony under her skirts. But I was a child then, innocent and unlearned. I had not yet witnessed a grown man, a taxpayer, and a deacon of the church attempting to navigate a sidewalk while encased in a three-piece suit made entirely of petroleum byproducts and colored the exact shade of a bruised plum. We find ourselves now in the era of polyester. In the old days, if a man wore something that shone, it was either because he was a king, a circus performer, or had spilled a considerable amount of gravy on his waistcoat. Today, the sheen is mandatory. We have invented a fabric that refuses to dye, refuses to wrinkle, and, most tragically, refuses to breathe. It is a scientific marvel that allows a human being to simmer in his own juices like a New England pot roast, all while maintaining a crease sharp enough to slice bread. I have seen men in these leisure suits who appeared to be vacuum-sealed for freshness. If you were to drop a match near a typical social gathering in 1978, the resulting conflagration would not merely burn the house down. It would melt the neighborhood into a giant multicolored puddle of plastic slag. The leisure suit is a title that deserves some scrutiny. It implies that the wearer is a man of ease, a gentleman of the porch and the pipe. In reality, it looks like the uniform of a high school gymnastics coach who has suddenly come into an inheritance and lost his mind. The collars alone are a feat of engineering that would make a bridge builder weep. They do not merely sit upon the neck. They migrate toward the shoulders, spanning outward like the wings of a predatory bird. I have seen collars this year that, in a stiff breeze, would provide enough lift to carry a small child halfway to the county line. When paired with a shirt unbuttoned to the solar plexus, revealing a forest of chest hair and a gold medallion the size of a dinner plate, the effect is not so much leisure as it is a desperate cry for medical intervention. And then there are the trousers. In my youth, a pant leg was a straightforward affair. It began at the hip and ended at the ankle, following the general topography of the limb it covered. But the bell-bottom of 1978 is a different species altogether. It starts out with a grip so tight it threatens to reveal a man's religious affiliations, and then, at the knee, it undergoes a violent expansion. It erupts. It becomes a sail. I stood on a street corner in San Francisco recently and watched a young man try to cross against the wind. His legs were doing a fine impression of two schooners tacking into a gale. There is enough excess fabric in a single pair of modern trousers to outfit a whole orphanage with Sunday best. Yet we waste it all on the idle task of sweeping the dust off the pavement as we walk. I asked a tailor once, a man who looked like he had been sucking on a lemon for 30 years, why we had embraced the bell-bottom. He told me It was for balance. I told him that if a man needs 2 yards of denim flapping around his shins to keep from falling over, he doesn't need a tailor. He needs a sanatorium. But the fashion mongers are a powerful guild. They have convinced the public that the human foot is a shameful thing that must be hidden under a mountain of indigo-dyed cotton. However, the feet are not merely hidden, they are elevated. We must speak of the platform shoe. Man, in his infinite vanity, has always wished to be taller than Providence intended. In the past, we used stilts, or perhaps a very high horse. Today, we simply bolt 4 inches of solid cork or plastic to the bottom of our boots and call it style. I have watched men clattering down the street on these pedestals, looking for all the world like a herd of frightened giraffes on ice. To walk in such contraptions is an act of faith. To dance in them is a suicide mission. One false move, one slight incline in the floor, and you are no longer a disco king. You are a heap of broken bones and shattered dignity, smelling of cologne and failure. The colors of this year are another matter entirely. It is as if the entire nation has decided to decorate itself in the palette of a very ill vegetable garden. We are surrounded by avocado green, harvest gold, and a particular shade of burnt orange that looks like a sunset over a tire fire. There is no subtlety to be found. A man does not simply wear a brown suit. He wears a suit the color of a chocolate bar that has been left on a radiator for 3 days. Women's fashions are no less aggressive. I saw a lady yesterday wearing a dress with a pattern so loud I could barely hear myself think. It was a riot of geometric shapes and neon flora that suggested the designer had suffered a nervous breakdown in the middle of a kaleidoscope factory. We must also consider the hair. There is a great deal of it. In 1878, a man's hair was his own business, usually kept in check by a bit of bear grease and a firm hat. In 1978, hair has become an independent republic. It is puffed, it is permed, it is blown dry by machines that sound like jet engines. The afro, when executed with precision, is a magnificent dome of defiance. But when attempted by a suburban youth with the wrong texture of scalp foliage, it resembles nothing so much as a panicked hedge. And the sideburns. They have crept down the cheeks like invading ivy, meeting the mustache in a hairy handshake that obscures nearly everything of the human countenance except for the eyes and the tip of the nose. I suspect many men are hiding behind these thickets simply because they are ashamed to be seen in their leisure suits. It is a sensible precaution. The tragedy of it all is the sheer earnestness of the era. These people do not think they look ridiculous. They look into the mirror, adjust their gold chains, pat their polyester lapels, and step out into the world with the confidence of a Roman emperor. They believe they are the pinnacle of modernity. They look at portraits of their grandfathers in stiff collars and wool coats, and they laugh at the old-fashioned absurdity of it. It is a grand humbug, a magnificent delusion. I suppose every generation must have its folly. The ancients had their tunics, the Victorians had their corsets, and we have the track suit, a garment designed for athletes but worn almost exclusively by people whose only exercise is reaching for another handful of cocktail peanuts. It is made of a shiny material that squeaks when you walk. I sat in a quiet library last week and heard a man approaching from 3 rooms away. He sounded like a pod of dolphins having an argument. He wasn't running. He was just vibrating with the natural static electricity that a polyester tracksuit generates. I reckon that if you rubbed two of those men together, you could power the city of Chicago for a month. In conclusion, the state of the Union's wardrobe is precarious. We have traded elegance for ease, and ease for a sort of plastic-coated delirium. We are a nation of shiny, wide-collared, bell-bottomed wanderers, searching for a mirror that doesn't tell the truth. But, as I always say, let us be thankful for the fools. But for them, the rest of us could not succeed. And in 1978, there is enough success to go around for everyone who owns a garment factory and a very large supply of synthetic thread. Now, if you will excuse me, I must go and see if I can find a plain cotton handkerchief. It is the only thing in this town that doesn't look like it was manufactured by a toy company. We shall see what the next chapter brings, though I fear it involves a great deal of neon and a man named John Travolta, who I am told is responsible for much of this leg-twitching madness. Lord, deliver us. Chapter 2. The Theology of the Presidential Grin and the Peanut Purgatory. I have seen many a presidential countenance in my time, ranging from the craggy, sorrow-beaten face of Mr. Lincoln, which appeared to have been sculpted out of a particularly melancholy piece of driftwood, to the grand, mutton-chopped expanses of the Gilded Age executives, who looked as though they had been fed exclusively on a diet of gold coins and smaller, weaker politicians. But never, in all my peregrinations through the halls of power, have I encountered a phenomenon quite like the dental display of our current occupant of the White House, Mr. James Earl Carter. If the eyes are the windows to the soul, then Mr. Carter's teeth are the picket fence guarding a very sunny and somewhat bewildered garden. It is a smile that does not merely suggest cheerfulness. It insists upon it. It is a relentless, .32 caliber blast of optimism that hits you like a bucket of warm suds. In 1878, a president's smile was a rare and precious thing, usually reserved for the passing of a bill that enriched his cousins or the arrival of a particularly fine shipment of bourbon. But in 1978, the presidential smile has become a matter of national policy. It is used to distract us from the fact that the dollar is currently worth about as much as a counterfeit nickel in a Turkish bazaar. There is something inherently suspicious to the American mind about a man who rises to the highest office in the land from a peanut patch. We are a people who admire the common man, in theory, provided he remains common and stays well away from the levers of the Treasury. To see a man leave a farm in Georgia and suddenly find himself in charge of a nuclear arsenal is a bit like watching a local blacksmith being asked to perform brain surgery with a sledgehammer. He may be the most honest man in the county, and his intentions may be as pure as a mountain spring, but you still can't help but notice that he's looking for the patient's brain in the general vicinity of the left elbow. The peanut itself is a humble legume, and while it has its place at the circus or in the pocket of a schoolboy, it is a flimsy foundation for an empire. Yet here we are, governed by the peanut philosophy. It is a philosophy of earnestness, of cardigan sweaters, and of telling the American people that they must learn to live with less. Now, as a man who has lived through several panics and at least one semi-organized collapse of the national character, I can tell you that the one thing Americans hate more than anything else is being told to be sensible. We did not conquer a continent and invent the deep-fried butter stick because we wanted to be sensible. We did it because we wanted everything, and we wanted it delivered yesterday by a man in a fast carriage. Then comes the matter of the energy crisis. In my day, an energy crisis meant the whale oil lamp was sputtering or the cord of wood was damp. In 1978, it means that the entire republic has ground to a halt because we have run out of the black soup that lives under the deserts of Arabia. The president sat before the nation in a woolen sweater, a garment that looked like it had been knitted by a well-meaning but nearsighted ant, and told us to turn down our thermostats. He called this the moral equivalent of war. I have studied history, and I have seen wars. They usually involve drums, bugles, and a certain amount of organized trespassing. I have never seen a war won by a man sitting in a chilly parlor wearing a cardigan and suggesting that we all put on an extra pair of socks. If George Washington had crossed the Delaware and told his troops that the moral equivalent of victory was to stay home and conserve candles, we would all be speaking with a British accent today and paying a tax on our own shadows. And while the president is smiling and knitting, we have the arrival of stagflation. This is a word that sounds like a disease found in a particularly unlucky herd of deer, but it is actually a scientific term for we are all going broke and nobody knows why. It is a marvelous invention of the modern age. In the old days, you either had high prices and plenty of work, or low prices and no work. The geniuses of 1978 have managed to combine the two, giving us a system where everything costs a fortune and nobody has a job to pay for it. It is the sort of economic wizardry that would make a Mississippi riverboat gambler blush with envy. I recently watched a man at a grocery store attempt to buy a loaf of bread and a quart of milk. He handed over a stack of bills that would have purchased a small plantation in 1860, and the clerk looked at him with the weary pity one usually reserves for a man trying to pay for a steak with a handful of buttons. "Inflation," the clerk whispered, as if he were naming a ghost that lived in the attic. But if the president is the saintly face of the family, we must not overlook the Billy factor. Every great American family has a brother who is the designated repository for all the unrefined human nature the rest of the kin has tried to suppress. In the Carter family, this is Billy. Billy is a man who understands that if the world is going to hell in a handbasket, the most logical thing to do is to sit on the porch, crack open a lukewarm beer, and make fun of the people carrying the basket. He even has his own brand of beer now, Billy Beer. I sampled a drop of it purely for the purposes of historical research, and I can report that it tastes exactly like the sort of beverage a man would invent if he had a grudge against his own taste buds. It is a beverage that tastes of ambition, carbonation, and a slight hint of swamp water. It is the perfect drink for 1978. It promises much, delivers little, and leaves you with a headache that feels like a mule kicking the inside of your skull. There is a grand comedy in the contrast between the two brothers. On one hand, you have the president, who speaks of human rights, global peace, and the virtues of cold houses. On the other, you have Billy, who represents the ancient American right to be loud, thirsty, and entirely unimpressed by the Nobel Peace Prize. If you put the two of them together, you have a perfect map of the American soul. One half trying to reach for the stars, and the other half trying to find the bottle opener. The political discourse of this year has taken on a strange therapeutic quality. We no longer argue about the tariff or the silver standard. We talk about malaise. The president seems to believe that the American people are suffering from a collective case of the blues, as if the entire nation had been dumped by its sweetheart at the senior prom. He wants to talk to us about our feelings. Now, I have lived a long time, and I have found that when a man starts wanting to talk about his feelings, it is usually because he doesn't want to talk about the fact that he just lost your horse in a poker game. I do not want a president to be my therapist. I want him to be the man who keeps the machinery of the state running well enough that I can afford to have my own nervous breakdown on my own time. We are told that we are in a new age of honesty and transparency. The shadows of the previous administration, the one involving the man with the heavy jowls and the secret tape recorders, are supposedly gone. But in their place, we have a brightly lit, wide, smiling confusion. It is a strange thing to realize that you can be just as lost in a room full of sunshine as you can in a cellar at midnight. I walked past the White House the other day and saw the light burning in the window. I imagined the president in there, toothily grinning at a map of the world, wondering if he could solve the problems of the Middle East by sending everyone a crate of Georgia peanuts and a hand-knitted sweater. It is a noble dream, I suppose. But as I watched a line of cars 3 blocks long waiting for the privilege of paying $2 for a gallon of gasoline, I couldn't help but think that the moral equivalent of war was currently being won by the people who own the gas pumps. In 1978, politics has become a branch of the entertainment industry, but without the benefit of good scripts or talented actors. We are watching a slow-motion collision between high ideals and a very stubborn reality, and the only thing we can be sure of is that the repair bill will be astronomical. But through it all, the president continues to smile. It is a smile that will outlast the economy, the energy crisis, and possibly the very concept of the United States. It is a smile that says, I am doing my best, and if that isn't enough, at least my teeth are magnificent. And perhaps that is all we can ask for in this polyester age. If we cannot have prosperity, and we cannot have peace, at least we can have a leader who looks like he's just seen a very funny joke that the rest of us haven't quite caught on to yet. We are a nation adrift in a sea of inflation and disco music, clutching our Billy Beers and praying that the man in the cardigan knows where the shore is. I have my doubts, but then again, I've always been a man who prefers a president who looks like he's had a hard life and isn't particularly happy about it. Optimism is a fine thing, but in a crisis, I'll take a pessimist with a plan over a saint with a grin every single time. As we move toward the end of this year, I fear the smile may begin to fade, or worse, become permanent, a sort of frozen mask of cheer in the face of a mounting pile of bills. But for now, the grin remains. The peanuts are being harvested, and the American people are learning how to be cold, broke, and incredibly fashionable in their wide-collared suits. It is a grand time to be alive, provided you have a sense of humor and a very thick coat. Next, I believe we must examine the places where these citizens go to escape their malaise, the dark, flashing caverns where they dance to the beat of a mechanical heart and pretend that the year is 1878 and the world is young again. But that is a tragedy for another chapter. For now, let us leave the president to his dreams and his dental hygiene. He's going to need both before the year is out. Chapter 3, The Theology of the Discotheque. I have, in my time, witnessed many forms of religious ecstasy. I have seen the camp meetings of the backwoods, where the spirit moves with such violence that a deacon might find himself climbing a tree to escape his own sins. I have seen the dervishes of the East whirl until they became a mere blur of pious laundry, but I have never, until this year of 1978, seen a congregation so utterly devoted to the worship of a spinning glass ball and a mechanical heartbeat as the patrons of the disco. Man is a creature that requires a God, and if he cannot find one in the heavens, he will manufacture one out of silvered glass and hang it from the ceiling of a dark room. This is the discotheque. It is a cathedral of the ego, a sanctuary of the sweat gland, and a place where the English language goes to die a slow and rhythmic death. To enter one of these establishments is to undergo a physical assault that, in a more civilized age, would be considered a declaration of war. First, there is the volume. We have reached a point in our technical development where we can produce a sound so loud it does not enter through the ears, but through the pores of the skin and the soles of the boots. It is a thumping, relentless, four-on-the-floor beat, a sound like a giant mechanical heart that has lost its mind and is trying to pound its way out of a steel box. It is not music. Music implies a certain degree of variety, a flirtation with silence, a nod toward the human soul. This is a rhythmic cudgeling. If you were to play this noise for a herd of cattle, they would either stampede into the next county or simply give up the ghost and turn into instant beef. And yet, the youth of 1978 flock to it. They stand in lines longer than those for a bread riot in a famine year, all for the privilege of paying $5 to enter a room where they cannot hear themselves think, which, I suspect, is the primary draw. Thinking has become a burdensome habit in this decade, and the discotheque offers a merciful amnesty from the intellect. Once inside, one's eyes must adjust to a landscape that can only be described as a celestial nightmare. The strobe light is a particularly cruel invention. It is a device that slices time into thin, stuttering ribbons. It makes a man's movements look like a series of still photographs taken by a photographer who is suffering from a severe case of the tremors. You see a girl across the room, and she is here, then she is there, then she is somewhere else entirely, and you are left wondering if you are witnessing a dance or a faulty electrical connection. It is the only place on earth where you can watch a person walk toward you and feel as though you are having a stroke. But the centerpiece, the very Ark of the Covenant in this temple of the night, is the mirror ball. It hangs there, rotating with a slow, indifferent majesty, casting thousands of little spots of light across the walls like a swarm of luminous flies. It is a magnificent humbug. It creates the illusion of glamour in a room that, if you were to turn on a regular 100-watt bulb, would be revealed as a dingy cellar smelling of stale beer and expensive cologne. The mirror ball is the ultimate symbol of the 1970s. It is flashy, it is hollow, it is constantly turning, and it never actually goes anywhere. Now, we must speak of the high priests of this cult, the BGs. I have heard these gentlemen on the radio machine, and I am still not entirely convinced they are human. They sing in a register that is usually reserved for a soprano who has just stepped on a very sharp tack. It is a high, thin, quavering sound that suggests their trousers are even tighter than they appear, which, given the fashion of the day, seems scientifically impossible. They sing of staying alive, a sentiment I can certainly get behind, though I should prefer to stay alive in a room where the floor isn't vibrating beneath my feet. The dancing itself is a marvel of organized vanity. In my day, a dance was a social contract. You took a lady's hand, you moved in a circle, and you occasionally exchanged a pleasantry about the weather or the local crops. In 1978, the dance is a solo performance that happens to involve other people. It is a series of gestures, the pointing of the finger toward the ceiling, the rhythmic thrusting of the hip, the sudden, inexplicable spin. It is called the hustle, a name that is refreshingly honest. To hustle is to move with a suspicious degree of energy in pursuit of a questionable goal, and that is precisely what is happening on the disco floor. I watched a young man the other night who appeared to be having a private argument with his own limbs. He was dressed in a white suit that reflected so much light he was a walking safety hazard. He moved with a precision that was terrifying. He was not dancing with anyone. He was dancing at everyone. He was a monument to himself. He looked as though he had spent 6 months in front of a mirror practicing the exact angle of his thumb. It was a magnificent display of human folly, and I couldn't help but admire the sheer, unadulterated gall of it. He believed he was a god. And in that room, under that light, with that mechanical heart beating in the speakers, he was. Then there is the matter of the velvet rope. This is the theological boundary between the saved and the damned. Outside the rope, there is the malaise, the common folk in their sensible shoes, the people who actually pay their taxes and worry about the price of eggs. Inside the rope, there is the elite. To be admitted past the rope is to receive a sort of secular baptism. It does not matter if you are a scholar, a statesman, or a saint. What matters is that you look like you belong in a fashion magazine and that you have the right kind of hair. I saw a bouncer, a man with the neck of a bull and the temperament of a suspicious bulldog, refuse entry to a man because his lapels were 3/4 of an inch too narrow. The man pleaded his case. He spoke of his accomplishments, his character, his standing in the community. The bouncer simply looked at the narrow lapels and said, "Not tonight." It was a scene that would have made a medieval inquisitor proud. We have traded the salvation of the soul for the salvation of the silhouette. The irony of the whole business is that disco is supposed to be the music of liberation. We are told it is a celebration of freedom, a breaking of the old stuffy chains of the past. But I have never seen a more rigid, disciplined, and unforgiving social order in my life. You must wear the right shoes, you must know the right steps, you must have the right scent, you must be seen with the right people. It is a tyranny of the trendy. If a man in 1878 had been told he had to dress in plastic and move his hips in a specific, synchronized fashion to be considered a gentleman, he would have reached for his dueling pistols. And the sweat, Lord, the sweat. These rooms are packed with hundreds of bodies encased in synthetic fabrics that do not allow for the passage of air. The result is a humid, perfumed mist that hangs over the dance floor like a fog over a swamp. It is a botanical experiment in human perspiration. I am told that people lose several pounds in a single night of disco dancing. I do not find this surprising. I am only surprised that they do not simply liquefy and drain out through the floorboards. I sat in the corner of one of these dens, a lounge, they call it, though there is very little lounging to be done when your seat is being hammered by a subwoofer, and I contemplated the future of the race. We have survived the plague, the fire, and the Civil War. We have crossed the plains in wagons and sent telegraphs across the ocean. And after all that struggle, after all that progress, we have decided that the pinnacle of human achievement is to stand in a dark cellar, smelling of brute cologne, and pointing at the ceiling while a man in a falsetto screams about Saturday night. It is a grand, hilarious calamity. It is the me-decade in its most concentrated form. In the disco, you are the star of your own movie, even if the movie is only 30 seconds long, and the audience is too busy looking at their own reflections to notice you. It is a beautiful, glittering, hollow dream. As I left the establishment, stepping out into the cool, quiet air of the 3 o'clock morning, I heard the muffled thump, thump, thump through the brick walls. It sounded like the world's most persistent ghost trying to knock its way into the present. I walked past a man who was leaning against a lamppost, adjusting his platform shoes and looking quite exhausted. "Is it worth it?" I asked him. He looked at me with glazed eyes, his polyester shirt unbuttoned to his navel, his gold chains tangled in his chest hair. He smiled a weary, shimmering smile. "Man," he said, "you just don't get the beat." I suppose I don't. I am a man of the 19th century, and I prefer my beats to come from a brass band or a well-timed joke. But as I watched him limp away on his 4-inch heels, I realized that every generation needs its own particular brand of madness to get through the night. In 1978, that madness happens to be shiny, loud, and incredibly expensive. We shall see how long this fever lasts. I suspect that in a few years, these people will look back at their photographs, see their bell-bottoms and their mirror ball memories, and they will feel a shame so deep it will make the Great Depression look like a minor inconvenience. But for now, the music plays on. The heart of the machine beats, and the world keeps spinning, just like that glass ball, going nowhere in particular, but looking marvelous in the process. In the next chapter, we shall depart the neon glow of the city and head into the gas lines, where the American people are learning the true meaning of leisure, mainly because they have nothing else to do while they wait for 3 gallons of premium. Chapter 4. The Petroleum Purgatory, or the Long Road to Nowhere. I have often noted that the American citizen considers his right to unfettered movement to be a decree from the Almighty, written in the margins of the Constitution with a very expensive fountain pen. To the American of 1978, the horseless carriage is not merely a mode of transport. It is a vital organ, an external lung through which he breathes the air of liberty. If you were to deprive a man of his vote, his dinner, or his second-best hat, he might grumble and write a letter to the editor. But if you deprive him of his ability to drive 3 blocks to buy a pack of gum, you have struck at the very root of his soul. We find ourselves, however, in a most distressing predicament. The great machines of Detroit, those magnificent chrome-encrusted leviathans that we call cars, have suddenly found themselves without their favorite porridge. We have spent the last 30 years building automobiles the size of Mississippi riverboats, powered by engines that drink gasoline with the desperate enthusiasm of a shipwrecked sailor at a freshwater spring. And now, the spring has run dry. Or rather, the gentlemen in the far-off deserts who own the spring have decided to turn off the tap and have a long, leisurely laugh at our expense. This has given rise to a new American institution, the gas line. It is a phenomenon that combines the patience of a saint with the irritability of a man who has just sat on a hornet's nest. I walked down a main thoroughfare in a respectable town last Tuesday and saw a line of automobiles stretching so far into the horizon that I assumed they were all waiting for the second coming, or at least a very good parade. I inquired of a man in a dusty station wagon, a vehicle so large it could comfortably house a small circus, what the occasion was. "I'm waiting for the privilege of paying 2 days' wages for 4 gallons of juice," he told me. He had been there since 4 in the morning. He had read 3 newspapers, eaten 2 sandwiches, and was currently engaged in an intense theological debate with a stray cat. The gas station has replaced the town square as the center of our communal life. It is where we meet our neighbors, exchange rumors about the OPEC sultans, and slowly lose our minds under the blazing sun. In the old days, a man went to the blacksmith to get a horse shod and was on his way in an hour. Today, a man goes to the service station, a term of delightful irony as no service is actually performed, to wait for 4 hours for a substance that smells like a chemistry set and costs more than a fine French wine. The authorities, in their infinite wisdom, have devised a system to manage this chaos, which they call odd/even rationing. It is a logic that would baffle a Greek philosopher, but makes perfect sense to a bureaucrat in a polyester tie. If your license plate ends in an odd number, you may buy gas on odd-numbered days. If it ends in an even number, you are granted the same privilege on even days. I saw a man standing by the side of the road with a paintbrush, frantically trying to turn a 3 into an 8, while a policeman watched him with the weary eyes of a man who has seen everything and approved of none of it. This system assumes that a man's need for travel is governed by the digits on his bumper. It is a grand humbug. I have seen even men sitting at home in a state of high dudgeon because they have a wedding to attend on an odd day, while odd men are driving aimlessly around the block just because they have the legal right to buy 3 gallons of premium. It is a spectacle of human stupidity that would be tragic if it weren't so thoroughly hilarious. And then we must consider the machines themselves. The American automobile of 1978 is a monument to excess. It is a land yacht. It is a vehicle designed for a race of giants who have no interest in parking or navigating narrow streets. These cars have hoods so long you could host a reasonably sized bowling tournament on them. They have seats upholstered in a fabric that looks like the coat of a radioactive sheep, and they are powered by V8 engines that produce a sound like a thunderstorm and a fuel economy that would make a coal shoveler weep. I saw a Cadillac Fleetwood recently, a car so immense it appeared to have its own weather system. It was idling in a gas line, its air conditioner humming with the power of a small factory, while the owner waited 3 hours to replace the fuel he was currently burning just by sitting there. It is a perfect circle of futility. We are burning gas to wait for gas, so that we can burn the gas we just waited for. If there is a more succinct definition of modern civilization, I have yet to hear it. Of course, the manufacturers have attempted to respond to this crisis by producing what they call compact cars. These are vehicles designed for people who have decided to punish themselves for their previous sins of luxury. I sat in one of these Pintos the other day, and I must say the experience was educational. I have been in more spacious coffins. A compact car is a device that allows you to feel every pebble on the road, every change in the wind, and the exact moment when the person in the next lane decides to change his mind. It is a motorized roller skate made of thin tin and optimism. It gets better mileage, certainly, but it also provides the distinct sensation that if you were to hit a particularly large grasshopper, the car would simply disintegrate into a cloud of bolts and regret. The gas station attendant has become the most powerful man in America. In my youth, the man who pumped your gas was a humble soul who wiped your windshield and checked your oil with a smile. Today, he is a dark god. He stands behind a locked glass door, holding the power of life and death, or at least the power of full and empty, over a desperate populace. He decides when the no-gas sign goes up. He decides who has waited long enough. I have seen men of high social standing, men who own banks and railroads, groveling before a 19-year-old in a greasy jumpsuit, begging for just one more gallon of unleaded. It is a marvelous leveling of the social classes. The malaise that the president speaks of is nowhere more evident than at the end of a gas hose. There is a certain poetry to the madness, I suppose. The American has finally been forced to stop. For 100 years, we have been a people on the move, rushing toward the Pacific, rushing toward the future, rushing toward anything that wasn't here. Now, we are standing still. We are sitting in our cars, looking at our reflections in the rearview mirror and realizing that we have nowhere to go and no way to get there. I suspect that the horse is currently having the last laugh. A horse does not care about OPEC. A horse does not require an even day to eat a bucket of oats. A horse is a reliable, self-repairing, and generally pleasant companion that does not require a polyester interior or an 8-track tape player to function. If I were a younger man, I would invest all my capital in the breeding of sturdy mules. They may be stubborn, but they don't require a mile-long line and a bribe to move 10 feet down the road. As we look toward the sunset of 1978, the gas line remains our national monument. It is a tribute to our greed, our ingenuity, and our absolute refusal to believe that the party could ever end. We are a nation of sailors whose ship has run aground on a sandbar of petroleum, and we are currently trying to fix the problem by yelling at the sand. It is a grand, expensive, and thoroughly ridiculous show. Next, I think we shall examine the electronic brains that are starting to appear in our homes, those strange boxes that promise to do our thinking for us. Given the state of our thinking in the gas lines, I suspect the machines have their work cut out for them. Chapter 5. The Electronic Brain in the Parlor, or the Calculating Humbug. I have lived through the age of the steam engine, the telegraph, and the mechanical harvester, and I have generally found that any machine designed to save time usually results in a man spending twice as much time fixing the machine as he would have spent doing the work by hand. But we have reached a new frontier of human helplessness in this year of 1978. We have invited into our homes a guest that does not eat, does not sleep, and does not possess a lick of common sense, yet we are told it is the most intelligent thing ever to grace a coffee table. I am speaking, of course, of the personal computer. Now, the word personal is a bit of a stretch. It implies A certain level of intimacy, perhaps even a shared confidence. But this machine has all the personality of a wet brick and about half the charm. It is a box of plastic and wires that hums with a low, sinister vibration as if it is constantly meditating on a way to humiliate you in front of your family. I encountered one of these contraptions, a TRS-80, I believe they called it, though the local wits have already dubbed it the Trash 80, in the parlor of a man who usually has the good sense not to buy things that require a 100-page manual to turn on. The first thing one notices about the electronic brain is its monitor. This is a glass screen that glows with a sickly, subterranean green light, reminiscent of the eyes of a cat that has spent too much time in a coal mine. It flickers with a persistence that suggests it is trying to hypnotize you into believing that whatever is happening on the screen is actually important. In reality, what is happening on the screen is usually nothing at all, or perhaps a single, lonely white block that blinks at you with the insolence of a government clerk. "Watch this," my host said, his eyes alight with the frantic glow of a man who has just spent $600 on a very expensive paperweight. He began to peck at a keyboard, a device that looks like a typewriter that has had all its dignity removed. He typed with a feverish intensity, his tongue poking out of the corner of his mouth like a schoolboy trying to cipher a particularly difficult sum. "I am giving it instructions," he explained. I watched the green screen. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, with a series of clicks and whirs that sounded like a clock factory having a nervous breakdown, the machine printed a single sentence across the screen. "Hello, Arthur." Arthur looked at me as if he had just witnessed the parting of the Red Sea. "Do you see that?" he whispered. "It knows my name." "Arthur," I said, "you typed your name into the machine 30 seconds ago. If you had written your name on a piece of slate and then looked at it, the result would be the same, and you would have saved yourself the price of a small horse. The machine didn't know your name any more than a parrot knows the lyrics to a sea shanty. It is merely repeating your own vanity back to you in a luminous green font." But Arthur was undeterred. He was convinced that he was at the vanguard of a digital revolution. He spent the next hour showing me how the machine could calculate the interest on a loan, provided you gave it 20 minutes to think about it and didn't accidentally kick the power cord. In my day, if a man needed to calculate interest, he did it with a pencil stub on the back of an envelope in about 15 seconds. If he was particularly slow at math, he might take 20. But to spend an hour coaxing a plastic box into doing it seemed to me a grand regression of the human intellect. This is the great promise of 1978. We are using the most advanced technology ever conceived by the mind of man to do things that were perfectly easy to do before the technology existed. We are told that soon every home will have an electronic brain to keep track of recipes, balance checkbooks, and manage the household. I have yet to meet a housewife who felt that her life was incomplete because she didn't have to plug in a 60-pound machine to remember how much cinnamon goes into an apple pie. And then there is the matter of software. In the old days, software was a term for a pair of silk stockings or perhaps a particularly fluffy pudding. Today, it refers to a series of instructions recorded on a cassette tape, the same kind of tape that people use to listen to the screeching of the Bee Gees. You put the tape into a machine, Wait 5 minutes while it makes a sound like a bag of angry crickets. And if you are very lucky, the computer might agree to play a game with you. The game in question was something called Pong. It consisted of 2 vertical lines and a small square that moved back and forth between them. It was, in essence, a game of tennis, played by people who had never seen a tennis court and possessed no imagination. Arthur and I sat there for half an hour, frantically moving our little white lines up and down to prevent the square from passing us. "Is this the pinnacle of our civilization?" I asked. "We have conquered the wilderness, survived the Civil War, and laid the transatlantic cable, all so that we could sit in a dark room and play a two-dimensional game of fetch with a square of light." Arthur didn't answer. He was too busy trying to beat the machine. He had become a servant to the box. He was no longer the master of his own parlor. He was a biological peripheral to a bunch of silicon chips. The computer enthusiasts tell us that we are moving toward a paperless office. This is a delightful fiction. I have noticed that the more computers a man owns, the more paper he seems to generate. He must print out his programs. He must print out his data. And he must print out the manuals that explain why the printer isn't working. We are currently chopping down forests at an alarming rate just to provide fodder for machines that were supposed to make paper obsolete. It is a magnificent humbug, but the most concerning aspect of the electronic brain is the nerd. This is a new breed of human being that has emerged in the late 70s. You can recognize him by the pale, fluorescent-lit complexion, the spectacles held together by surgical tape, and the tendency to speak in a language that sounds like English, but consists entirely of words like byte, interface, and RAM. These are the monks of the new religion. They do not care for the sun, the wind, or the company of women. They only care for the logic of the machine. I fear for a world governed by such people. A machine has no sense of humor. It has no appreciation for a well-timed lie or a beautiful sunset. It only understands yes and no, 1 and 0. If you ask a computer if it is a beautiful day, it will tell you the barometric pressure, the humidity, and the exact position of the sun in degrees of arc. It will not tell you that the air smells like clover, or that the light is hitting the hills in a way that makes a man want to sit on his porch and do nothing for 3 hours. We are told that the computer will eventually do all our thinking for us. This is a terrifying prospect. I have seen the way people think when they have a machine to help them, and it generally involves a complete abandonment of their own faculties. If you give a man a calculator, he forgets how to add 7 and 5. If you give a man a computer, he forgets how to think for himself. I watched Arthur try to write a letter on his machine. Every time he made a mistake, he had to navigate a series of menus that would have confused a river pilot. He spent 20 minutes trying to figure out how to delete a word. In the time it took him to process 1 paragraph, I could have written a 3-volume novel with a quill pen and still had time for a nap. "It's the future, Sam," Arthur said, his eyes bulging as the green screen flickered. "Everything will be digital. Our money, our books, our memories." "Well, Arthur," I said, "if the future is a green-lit room where people talk to plastic boxes and play tennis with a square, then I am heartily glad that I am a man of the 19th century. We may have had cholera and outhouses, but at least we knew how to have a conversation without a power surge." I left Arthur's house and stepped out into the cool evening air. The stars were out, and they weren't flickering like a CRT monitor. They were steady, ancient, and perfectly analog. I took a deep breath of the air, real air, not the ozone-scented exhaust of a cooling fan, and I felt a great pity for the generation that would grow up with these electronic brains. They will be the most informed people in history, and quite possibly the least wise. They will have all the data in the world and not the slightest idea what to do with it. As I walked home, I thought about the personal computer. It is a grand, expensive joke that the universe is playing on us. We have built a machine to save us from the burden of being human, only to find that being human was the only thing worth doing in the first place. But don't tell Arthur. He's still trying to figure out how to make the machine say goodbye. Chapter 6. The Gospel According to Skywalker, or the New Mythology of the Tin Can. I have lived long enough to see several religions rise, fall, and occasionally relocate to a more profitable zip code. But I have never seen a theology take hold of the American mind with the speed and ferocity of the one involving a golden valet, a sentient trash can, and a young man in a bathrobe. I am speaking, of course, of the great celestial humbug known as Star Wars. In my day, if you wanted to tell a story about a farm boy going off to see the world, you gave him a raft and a river and perhaps a runaway slave for company. You didn't give him a light sword and a spaceship that looks like a discarded piece of plumbing. But we are in 1978, and the American public has decided that the dusty frontier of the West is no longer sufficient for its daydreams. We have turned our eyes to the stars, which is a sensible move, I suppose, given that the Earth is currently covered in polyester and suffering from a shortage of gasoline. This Star Wars business is a magnificent spectacle, a grand, noisy, multi-million-dollar revival meeting held in the dark of the cinema house. It has all the elements of a classic campfire yarn, but it has been dipped in silver and electrified. You have the hero, a boy named Skywalker, which is a name that suggests either a great destiny or a very dangerous habit of walking on the roof. You have the princess, who possesses a hairstyle that looks like two cinnamon rolls have been permanently grafted to her ears. And you have the villain, a man named Darth Vader, who is entirely encased in black armor and sounds as though he is breathing through the exhaust pipe of a steam engine. I attended a screening of this epic recently, largely to see what all the fuss was about, and I must report that the Force is the greatest piece of theological shorthand ever devised. It is a sort of spiritual gravy that covers everything. If a character needs to do something impossible, like jump a mile or hit a target the size of a postage stamp while traveling at the speed of a bullet, he simply uses the Force. It's an energy field created by all living things, a bearded old wizard explains in the film. In my day, we called that luck, or perhaps the result of 3 bottles of cheap rye. But in 1978, it is a cosmic principle. It is a wonderfully convenient doctrine. It requires no tithing, no hymns, and no sitting in a drafty church on a Sunday morning. All it requires is that you believe in it and occasionally wave your hands around as if you are trying to shoo away a fly. I have seen children in the streets of New York doing this to taxi cabs. They seem genuinely surprised when the cab does not stop, but instead splashes them with gutter water. But the real genius of this new gospel is not the story itself, which is essentially a Western with the horses replaced by vacuum cleaners, but the merchandise. We have entered an era where a man does not merely watch a story. He must own every piece of plastic associated with it. I walked into a shop the other day and saw a line of action figures. In my youth, we called these dolls, and if a boy was caught playing with one, he was generally encouraged to take up a more rugged hobby, like throwing rocks at a fence. Today, these action figures are the holy relics of the Skywalker faith. There is a plastic Luke, a plastic Leia, and a plastic R2-D2. I am told that people are buying these things and keeping them in their original boxes under the impression that they will one day be worth a fortune. It is a magnificent delusion. To buy a toy and not play with it is a sin against childhood, yet we are raising a generation of miniature speculators who treat a 3-inch piece of molded resin as if it were a share of the Union Pacific Railroad. And then there are the robots, or droids, as the faithful call them. We have C-3PO, a mechanical gentleman made of gold who spent the entire film complaining about his joints and worrying about the propriety of his surroundings. He is the most British thing I have ever seen that wasn't actually born in London, and he is accompanied by R2-D2, a short, stout cylinder that communicates through whistles and beeps. I find R2-D2 to be the most honest character in the entire saga. He does not pretend to have a soul. He does not speak in riddles. He simply goes about his business, fixing things and occasionally being kicked by the villain. He is the ultimate American laborer, underappreciated, overworked, and capable of holding a conversation with a computer without needing a 100-page manual. If only the electronic brains in our parlors were as efficient as this rolling trash can, the digital revolution might actually get somewhere. The cultural impact of this film is such that it has replaced the traditional folklore of our people. I asked a young lad recently who Paul Bunyan was, and he looked at me as if I were speaking a dead language. But he could tell me the exact specifications of a TIE fighter and the lineage of the Jedi Knights. We have traded our native legends, the river pilots, the frontiersmen, the tall tales of the prairie, for a mythology that was manufactured in a studio in California by a man with a very large beard and a very sharp eye for $1. I do not begrudge Mr. Lucas his success. He has hit upon a fundamental truth. The human race is bored. We have conquered the planet, paved over the interesting bits, and now we are looking for a new frontier that doesn't require us to actually leave our seats. Star Wars is the ultimate escape. It is a world where the good guys are clearly marked by their white shirts, the bad guys wear black masks, and every problem can be solved by blowing up a very large ball in the sky. It is a comforting fantasy for a nation that has just spent a decade losing its way in the jungles of Asia and the corridors of Washington. In the cinema, we can win. In the cinema, the farm boy becomes the king, and the hero gets the medal, and the music swells with such triumph that you almost forget that you have to go back outside and wait in a gas line for 3 hours. But there is a snarky side to this celestial gospel. It has made us a nation of fans, a word derived from fanatics, and aptly so. I have seen grown men dressing up as Darth Vader to attend conventions. I have seen women waiting in line for days to see the film for the 20th time. It is a form of madness that I have not seen since the last time a preacher promised that the world would end on a Tuesday. The filmmakers have promised us a sequel, which is a fancy word for give us more money in 3 years. And the public is clamoring for it. We are no longer content with a story that has an ending. We want a story that goes on forever, a perpetual motion machine of entertainment that will keep us occupied until the sun burns out. I sat in that theater and watched the Star Destroyers fly overhead, and I felt a twinge of the old wonder. It is a grand thing to see the imagination of man projected on a screen 40 feet high. But as I walked out into the 1978 night, smelling the exhaust and seeing the neon signs for disco lessons, I realized that the Force is a very poor substitute for a bit of common sense and a decent pair of shoes. We are a people dreaming of the stars while our feet are stuck in the mud of a very confusing decade. We want to be Skywalkers, but most of us are more like the poor souls on the desert planet, scavenging for scrap metal and hoping that the next ship that lands has something better than a polyester suit in the cargo hold. Still, if you find yourself feeling the malaise, I suppose you could do worse than to go and watch a man in a black bucket try to conquer the galaxy. It is funny, it is loud, and it is a hell of a lot more entertaining than a presidential speech about sweaters. Just don't let the Force get into your head too much. If you try to move your car with your mind, all you're going to get is a headache, and you'll still be out of gas. Next, we shall leave the stars behind and look at a movement that is happening much closer to the ground. A movement of people who have decided that the best way to spend their leisure time is to run in circles until they look like they're about to have a stroke. I speak of the jogging craze, a pursuit that I find to be the most inexplicable development of the modern age. Chapter 7. The Jogging Epidemic, or the Great Undignified Scramble. I have lived through a great many American delusions, from the belief that the Mississippi River can be tamed by a few sticks of dynamite to the notion that a politician can be trusted with a secret and a bag of gold. But never in all my days have I witnessed a spectacle so thoroughly baffling, so physically distressing, and so entirely devoid of common sense as the modern phenomenon known as jogging. In my youth, if you saw a man running down a public thoroughfare, you did one of 3 things. You called for the constable, you looked for the fire, or you joined him in his flight from whatever grizzly bear or angry creditor was surely at his heels. Running was a practical matter. It was a tool of survival, an instrument of extreme haste, and a sign that something had gone terribly wrong with the natural order of the day. A man who ran for no reason was considered a candidate for the local asylum, or at least a man who had taken a very wrong turn on his way to a more dignified form of madness. But we are in 1978, the era of the self-improvement craze, where the American public has decided that the only way to avoid the grave is to race toward it at 6 miles per hour. We have collectively concluded that the human heart, a delicate engine designed for a finite number of beats, is best preserved by slamming it against the ribs with the rhythm of a frantic carpenter. I stood in a park in New York City last Thursday and watched a procession of these joggers pass me by. It was a sight that would have made a Victorian undertaker rub his hands in joyous anticipation. These were not the lean, graceful athletes of the Olympic Games. No, these were lawyers, accountants, and haberdashers, men of substance and sedentary habits, who had suddenly decided to transform themselves into human pistons. Their countenances were a study in agony. I saw faces the color of a sunset over a slaughterhouse, a deep, alarming purple that suggested the brain was currently screaming for oxygen and being told to wait its turn. Their eyes were rolled back in their heads, searching for a divinity that would surely grant them the mercy of a sudden collapse. Their chests heaved with the sound of a bellows that had been left in the rain. And yet, if you asked any one of them why they were doing this to themselves, they would gasp out, between fits of coughing, that they had never felt better in their lives. This is the great jogging humbug. It is the belief that by making yourself miserable for an hour every morning, you will somehow live long enough to be miserable for an extra decade in your 80s. It is a form of secular penance. We have traded the hair shirt for the nylon tracksuit, and the monastery for the municipal track. And oh, the tracksuit! Let us speak of the costume of the jogger. In the 19th century, a gentleman dressed with gravity. If he went for a stroll, he wore a coat, a vest, and a hat that indicated he was a man of consequence. Today, a man of consequence thinks nothing of appearing in public in a pair of shorts so brief they would make a burlesque dancer blush, and a shirt made of a mesh material that allows the world to witness every unfortunate ripple of his midsection. But the centerpiece of the ensemble is the running shoe. We are told that these are masterpieces of engineering, designed to protect the foot from the very ground that God gave us to walk upon. They are massive, clumpy things with soles that look like they were stolen from a waffle iron, which, I am told, is exactly how they were conceived. I saw a man recently who had spent $80 on a pair of these Nike shoes. $80. In 1878, for $80, you could buy a horse, a saddle, and enough oats to get you to the next state. Today, it buys you 2 pieces of foam and some blue nylon, all so you can go for a run and end up exactly where you started. This is the most inexplicable part of the whole business, the lack of a destination. A man starts at his front door, runs 3 miles in a circle, and returns to his front door. He has expended enough energy to move a mountain, and he has gained precisely 0 feet of ground. It is the definition of a wasted life. I asked a jogger once where he was going. Nowhere, he wheezed, his sweat dripping onto his sneakers like a leaking radiator. I'm just getting my miles in. My friend, I said, if you wish to see nowhere, I suggest you sit on your porch with a glass of lemonade. It is much easier on the knees, and the view is exactly the same. But there is a new scripture to this faith, a book written by a man named James Fix. It is called The Complete Book of Running, and it has become the Bible of the breathless. Mr. Fix tells the world that running will clarify the mind, strengthen the soul, and ward off the grim reaper. I have seen people carrying this book as if it were a holy relic. They study the pace charts and the dietary requirements with the devotion of a monk studying the Psalms. They talk of the runner's high, a mystical state of euphoria that supposedly occurs after you have sufficiently tortured your body. In my experience, any state of euphoria that comes from depriving your brain of blood is not a high, it's a warning. If I want to feel a sense of disconnected bliss, I'll have a second mint julep. It's far more pleasant, it doesn't require me to wear a sweatband, and I can do it while sitting down like a civilized human being. The sweatband, by the way, is a particularly galling addition to the modern wardrobe. It is a fuzzy halo worn around the forehead, designed to keep the salt of one's labor from stinging the eyes. When worn by a grown man, it gives him the appearance of a very large, very confused infant. It is a sign of the times that we have reached a point where we must wear specialized headgear just to manage the results of our own unnecessary exertion. And the women have not been spared this madness. I see ladies who used to spend their afternoons in pleasant conversation, or perhaps a bit of embroidery, now thumping along the pavement in outfits that resemble the colorful plumage of a tropical bird. They are firming up, they tell me. They are toning. I do not know what they are toning, but I suspect it is their ability to endure boredom. The social consequences of the jogging epidemic are dire. It has killed the art of the walk. A walk used to be a time for reflection, for observing the neighbor's gardens, for tipping one's hat to a friend. Now the sidewalk is a gauntlet. You must dodge the joggers as they barrel toward you, their arms pumping like the pistons of a locomotive, their eyes fixed on a point 3 miles into the future. They do not tip their hats, partly because they aren't wearing any, and partly because they are too busy trying not to die. There is a snarky irony in the fact that we have spent the last 100 years inventing machines to do our moving for us, the steamship, the train, the automobile, only to find ourselves so bored and so bloated that we have to spend our leisure time pretending to be the very horses we replaced. We are a nation of people who drive 5 miles to a health club, so we can pay a monthly fee to walk on a motorized belt that goes nowhere. If this is progress, I should like to register a formal complaint with the management. We are trading our dignity for a bit of muscle, and our peace of mind for a higher pulse rate. I suspect that in 100 years, people will look back at the jogging craze of 1978 with the same bewildered amusement we feel when we look at the people who used to sit on top of flagpoles for weeks at a time. It is a fashion of the flesh, a fad of the foot, and a grand, sweaty humbug. As for me, I shall remain on the porch. My heart has a steady beat. My shoes are made of sensible leather, and my only runner's high comes from the realization that I am not currently running. I wish the joggers well, I truly do. I hope they find whatever it is they are looking for out there on the hot asphalt. But I suspect that when they finally catch up to themselves, they'll find they were much better off back on the sofa with a good book and a quiet mind. For the next chapter, I believe we must examine the places where these exhausted joggers go to refuel. The Fern bars, those strange leafy saloons where the air is thick with the scent of gin and damp potting soil. Chapter 8. The Rise of the Fern Bar, or the Botanical Purgatory. I have always held that a proper saloon should be a place of shadows, secrets, and a reasonable amount of honest dust. In the better part of the last century, a man went to a tavern to escape the civilizing influences of the parlor. He sought the company of other men who understood that a chair was meant for leaning, a floor was meant for sawdust, and a drink was meant to taste like the interior of a smoky chimney. A saloon was a refuge from the lace curtains and the potted palms of the domestic sphere. But we have come to the year 1978, and the domestic sphere has staged a hostile takeover of the American watering hole. We are witnessing the rise of the Fern Bar. I do not know which specifies of madness first suggested that a man would find his whiskey more palatable if he were forced to consume it in the middle of a greenhouse, But the contagion has spread from coast to coast. We have reached a state of affairs where you cannot buy a simple glass of beer without being tickled behind the ears by a hanging Boston fern or finding a stray leaf of Swedish ivy floating in your foam. It is a botanical purgatory, where the rough and tumble spirit of the frontier has been smothered by a decorative layer of potting soil and brass polish. The architecture of the Fern Bar is a magnificent humbug. It is designed to look sophisticated, which in 1978 means it looks like a Victorian grandmother's sunroom that has been crossed with a plumbing supply store. There are brass railings everywhere, brass on the bar, brass on the stairs, brass on the partitions. I suspect there is enough brass in a single suburban TGI Fridays to outfit the entire United States Navy with buttons and still have enough left over to make a very loud trumpet. These railings serve no earthly purpose other than to provide a place for young men in leisure suits to lean with an air of practiced indifference, hoping that the light from a fake Tiffany lamp will catch the sheen of their gold medallions. Ah, the Tiffany lamp. This is the primary theological icon of the Fern Bar. These are lampshades made of multicolored glass, or more often, a very convincing plastic that cast a sickly, multicolored glow over the patrons. It is a light that makes everyone look as though they are in the early stages of a very colorful tropical disease. If you sit under a red pane, you look like a boil. If you sit under a green one, you look like a corpse that has been left in a damp cellar, and yet this is considered atmosphere. I walked into one of these establishments in Chicago recently, and for a moment I thought I had accidentally wandered into a floral shop that happened to serve gin. The ceiling was entirely obscured by a forest of hanging baskets. I am told that the management employs a full-time plant chaplain, whose only job is to ensure that the foliage remains sufficiently lush to prevent the customers from seeing each other too clearly. It is a sensible precaution. If I were wearing a polyester shirt with a collar the size of a shovel, I should also want to hide behind a giant pothos. But the true tragedy of the Fern Bar is not the decor. It is the drink menu. In my day, the menu was a simple affair. You could have whiskey, or you could have more whiskey. If you were feeling particularly adventurous, you might ask for a bit of ice, though you would likely be laughed out of the room for your effeminacy. In 1978, the menu is a 3-volume work of fiction. It is filled with concoctions that sound less like beverages and more like the names of race horses or expensive perfumes. We have the Harvey Wallbanger, the Tequila Sunrise, and the Grasshopper. I saw a man, a grown man with a mustache and a job in insurance, order something called a strawberry daiquiri. It arrived in a glass the size of a bird bath, topped with a mountain of whipped cream, a plastic umbrella, and a cherry that looked like it had been dyed in a nuclear reactor. He proceeded to suck this pink slush through a straw while surrounded by ferns. I looked at him and realized that the American spirit of rugged individualism had finally been defeated, not by a foreign power, but by a blender and a pint of frozen fruit. This is the era of the white wine spritzer. This is a drink for people who don't actually like the taste of wine, but wish to appear as though they are participating in a very mild form of decadence. It is wine diluted with bubbly water, which is like diluting a sermon with a joke. It ruins the effect of both and leaves everyone feeling slightly cheated. The Fern Bar is the natural habitat of the single. In the me decade, the pursuit of a partner has become a highly organized and thoroughly exhausting ritual. The Fern Bar is the arena for this mating dance. You see the young men, their hair blown dry to a state of structural integrity that would defy a hurricane, nursing their expensive gins and scanning the room for action. And you see the young women, dressed in wrap skirts and smelling of Charlie perfume, pretending to be deeply interested in the botanical arrangements while they wait for someone to ask them their sign. "What's your sign?" is the universal opening gambit of 1978. It is a question that assumes the stars in the heavens have nothing better to do than to determine whether or not a secretary from New Jersey and a car salesman from Queens are compatible. I told a young lady that my sign was high voltage, and she looked at me as if I were a particularly uninteresting piece of moss. There is a desperate earnestness to the Fern Bar scene. Everyone is trying so hard to be laid back that they are vibrating with tension. They are looking for love, or at least a reasonable facsimile thereof, in a place that feels as temporary as a stage set. The music is always a little too loud, a rhythmic yacht rock that sounds like a group of very wealthy people apologizing for having a good time. It is the sound of Michael McDonald singing about something he lost in a harbor, and it is the perfect accompaniment to the rattling of ice in a glass of white Zinfandel. I asked a bartender, a man who looked like he had been born with a silver shaker in his hand, why they had so many plants. "It makes the ladies feel comfortable," he whispered, as if he were revealing a trade secret. "And if the ladies are comfortable, the men will come. And if the men come, they'll spend a fortune on drinks that consist mostly of sugar and ice." It is a brilliant swindle. We have taken the ancient, honest vice of drinking and turned it into a botanical garden party. We have traded the brass rail for the brass plant stand and the spittoon for the quiche. Oh, did I mention the quiche? The Fern Bar is the birthplace of the appetizer revolution. You no longer get a free hard-boiled egg or a handful of salty peanuts. No, you get zucchini fritters and potato skins and little slices of egg pie, known as quiche. There is a saying going around this year that real men don't eat quiche. I do not know about real men, but I do know that a man who can eat a slice of spinach and cheese pie while sitting under a hanging fern and listening to a disco version of Bridge Over Troubled Water is a man who has lost his grip on reality. He is a man who has surrendered to the polyester age. As I sat in the corner of one of these green-leafed purgatories, watching the light from a plastic Tiffany lamp reflect off a sea of leisure suits, I couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia for the old, dark saloons of my youth. In those places, you knew where you stood. The floor was solid, the drink was honest, and there wasn't a single plant in the room that wasn't being used as a cigar holder. We are a nation that has become afraid of the dark, and so we have filled our bars with neon and foliage. We are a nation that has become afraid of the truth, and so we drink things that taste like candy. We are wandering through a botanical maze, searching for something real, and all we find is our own reflection in a polished brass railing. I left the Fern Bar and walked out into the night. The air was cool, and for a moment I could have sworn I smelled the old Mississippi mud and the smoke of a wood fire. But then a car drove by, its tires humming on the asphalt, and I heard the faint, muffled thump of a disco beat coming from the next block. I realized that the ferns were winning. The plants were taking over the world, one martini at a time. Chapter 9. The Grease. Nostalgia Factory, or Dressing as Your Own Father. It has been a long-standing observation of mine that the human race is never quite satisfied with the century it has been dealt. A man will spend his youth wishing he were an adult so he might smoke in peace, and spend his adulthood wishing he were a child so he might play in the dirt without being arrested for it. But in this year of 1978, we have achieved a collective chronological confusion that is entirely without precedent. We are a nation that has decided the present is so thoroughly uninviting that the only sensible thing to do is to perform a strategic retreat into a past that never actually existed. I am speaking of the Grease Mania, a mass movement dedicated to the proposition that the year 1958 was the pinnacle of human civilization, primarily because everyone apparently spent their time singing in choreographed unison and consuming milkshakes in high-gloss diners. We are currently suffering through a plague of polyester, a drought of petroleum, and a political climate that feels like a long, slow walk through a damp cellar. In such circumstances, one might expect the American people to look toward the future with a firm jaw and a steady eye. Instead, they have decided to put on their fathers' old leather jackets, squeeze themselves into their mothers' poodle skirts, and pretend that the greatest problem facing the Republic is whether or not the captain of the football team will ask the new girl to the sock hop. The catalyst for this national regression is a cinematic spectacle called Grease. I attended a screening of this work recently, and I must report that it is a magnificent Technicolor humbug. It tells the story of a young man named Danny Zuko, played by Mr. John Travolta, a gentleman whose hips appear to be mounted on universal joints and whose hair contains enough oil to solve our current energy crisis in a single afternoon, and a young lady from Australia who appears to have been imported specifically to show the Americans how to wear a cardigan. The premise of the film is that high school students in the 50s were not, as I remember them, a collection of awkward, pimple-faced youths with bad posture and an uncertain grasp of the English language. No, in this film, the high school students are all 32 years old, possess the dancing abilities of professional acrobats, and are capable of breaking into a 4-part harmony at the mere mention of a summer romance. It is a grand singing delusion that has convinced the youth of 1978 that their own parents were once far more interesting, more athletic, and certainly more musical than they are today. But the real tragedy is the look. We have traded the bell-bottom for the pegged pant. We have traded the leisure suit for the T-bird jacket. I walked down a street in a perfectly respectable town last Saturday and saw a group of lads who appeared to have been time-displaced by a freak electrical surge. They were wearing white T-shirts with the sleeves rolled up to reveal packs of cigarettes, a gesture intended to suggest a dangerous, rebellious nature, but which mostly suggests that they are worried about the structural integrity of their biceps. Their hair was the most striking feature. It was not hair. it was an architectural achievement. In 1878, a man used a bit of bear grease or lavender oil to keep his locks in place. In 1978, the greaser uses a substance that I suspect is a byproduct of the asphalt industry. It is a thick, black, viscous lard that allows a man to sculpt his hair into a pompadour or a DA, the latter being a style named after the posterior of a duck, which should tell you everything you need to know about the dignity of the era. I saw a fellow spend 20 minutes in front of a shop window with a comb, lovingly crafting a wave in his hair that was so rigid it could have served as a defensive fortification. If a brick were to fall on that man's head, the brick would be the thing that shattered. And the ladies, they have embraced the poodle skirt. This is a garment of such profound absurdity that it deserves a chapter of its own. It is a large, circular piece of felt, usually in a shade of pink, that would make a flamingo wince, featuring a literal representation of a poodle sewn onto the side. I asked a young lady why she wished to walk through the world with a picture of a dog on her hip. "It's vintage, Sam!" she cried, spinning in a circle until the felt flared out like the sails of a schooner. "It's from the 50s. It was a simpler time." "My dear," I said, "the 50s were a time of the Cold War, the Red Scare, and a constant fear that the world would be vaporized by a hydrogen bomb. To call it simple, because people wore dogs in their skirts, is like calling a shipwreck peaceful, because the water is blue. You aren't wearing a piece of history, you are wearing a piece of theater. But the theater is what they want. The American public is currently engaged in a massive production of Dressing as Your Own Father. We are attempting to buy back our lost innocence at the costume shop. We want to believe that there was a time when a burger and a shake could solve the soul's longing, and when the only malaise anyone felt was a case of butterflies before a big date. The music of this movement, a genre known as Sha-na-na-ism, is equally fascinating. It is a return to a sound that consists almost entirely of meaningless syllables. Do-wah, bebop, and ramalama-ding-dong. I listened to a group of young men on a street corner singing a song about a girl named Peggy Sue. They were harmonizing with a fervor that suggested the fate of the nation depended on their ability to hit a high C. "Is this the music of the future?" I asked. "It's the music of the soul, man," one of them replied, snapping his fingers in a way that suggested he was currently possessed by the ghost of an insurance salesman from 1955. I suspect that the reason for this mania is quite simple. The 50s are the only decade that is currently safe. We are too close to the 60s, with all its shouting and its hair and its general state of unwashed rebellion. We are too far from the 19th century, which is now considered ancient history by people who think 1972 was a long time ago. So we have settled on the middle ground, the era of the chrome bumper, the tail fin, and the belief that if you just greased your hair back far enough, the wind wouldn't be able to catch you. It is a grand nostalgic humbug. We are a nation of people who are currently out of gas, out of work, and out of ideas. So we have decided to have a party in the ruins of our parents' youth. We are dressing up in the costumes of a generation that we once mocked for being square, and we are doing it with an earnestness that is positively frightening. I stood in a diner last night, a place that had been decorated with neon signs and black and white tiles to mimic the year 1958. A jukebox was playing a song by a man who sounded like he was trying to swallow his own tongue while jumping on a trampoline. The waitresses were wearing roller skates and short skirts, and the patrons were all leaning against their hot rods, which were actually 1976 Chevrolets that had been fitted with chrome hubcaps and a lot of wishful thinking. "Doesn't it feel great, Sam?" a young man asked me. He was wearing a leather jacket even though it was 85 degrees outside, and he was currently sweating with the intensity of a man in a steam room. "Doesn't it feel like we're back in the happy days?" "My boy," I said, "if you are happy while wearing 2 pounds of petroleum in your hair and a jacket that is currently roasting you live, then I salute your dedication to the craft of acting. But you aren't in the 50s. You are in 1978, and the manager is currently raising the price of your milkshake by 15 cents while you aren't looking." He didn't care. He was too busy adjusting his collar and looking for his Sandy. We are a people who have lost our way, and so we have decided to go back to the starting line and pretend the race hasn't begun yet. The grease mania will pass, as all manias do. By next year, these leather jackets will be in the back of the closet, and the poodle skirts will be used to dust the electronic brains we discussed in a previous chapter. But for now, the hand jive is the law of the land. As I left the diner, I saw a father and son walking toward their car. The father was wearing a polyester leisure suit with a collar the size of a shovel. The son was wearing a leather jacket and a pompadour. They looked like two different species of human being, yet they were both engaged in the same struggle, the attempt to be anything other than what they actually were. The father was trying to be modern, the son was trying to be vintage, and both of them were currently failing at the simple task of being themselves. I shook my head and lit my pipe. It is a grand, hilarious calamity, this America. We have the most advanced technology in the world, the greatest wealth in history, and the most powerful army on earth. And we spend our time arguing about whether the pink ladies or the T-birds are more cool. I suppose there is a certain comfort in it. If we are worried about the hop, we don't have to worry about the bomb. But eventually, the music stops, the grease melts, and we have to step out into the cold light of the present. I only hope that when we finally do, we have a decent pair of trousers to wear, and that the dog on the skirt hasn't bitten anyone in the meantime. Next, we shall look at a hero of a different sort, a man who doesn't need grease in his hair because he is too busy saving the world in a pair of blue tights. We must discuss the Superman delusion and why we are all currently looking for a phone booth to change in. Chapter 10. The Superman Delusion, or the Gospel of the Blue Tights. It has been a long-standing habit of the human race, when faced with a reality that is both expensive and uninspiring, to invent a better one out of thin air and colored ink. In my day, we had the tall tales of the frontier, men like Mike Fink, who could supposedly outrun, outshoot, and outbrag any creature in the wilderness, or Pecos Bill, who allegedly rode a cyclone as if it were a particularly spirited pony. These stories were a comfort to a people who spent most of their time pulling stumps out of the ground and wondering if the local water supply was entirely free of cholera. But in the year of our Lord 1978, we have outdone ourselves. We have traded the campfire for the cinema house and the frontiersman for an extraterrestrial gentleman who wears his undergarments on the outside of his trousers and possesses a moral compass, so unwavering it makes a compass needle look like a weathercock in a gale. I am speaking of the Superman. The marketing men, those grand viziers of the modern humbug, have spent millions of dollars on a single audacious promise. You will believe a man can fly. Now, as a man who has seen a great many things fly, including birds, bats, and a particularly unfortunate cow during a Kansas twister, I was naturally skeptical. To make a man fly in 1878, you generally required a very large cannon or a disastrous encounter with a steam boiler. But in 1978, all you need is a set of wires, a blue screen, and a public that is so desperate to escape the price of groceries that they would believe a man could walk on his own ears if the music were loud enough. I attended this spectacular display of celluloid sorcery with a mixture of curiosity and a firm grip on my wallet. The film begins on a distant planet called Krypton, a place that appears to be made entirely of expensive crystal chandeliers and inhabited by people who dress in silver foil. Among them is the great Marlon Brando, an actor of such prodigious reputation that he was paid several $1,000,000 to stand in a white robe for 10 minutes and look as though he were trying to remember if he had turned off the stove before leaving the house. He plays the hero's father, a scientist who realizes that their world is about to explode, a situation that, given the current state of the American economy, felt uncomfortably familiar. He sends his infant son to Earth in a small shimmering vessel that looks like a Christmas ornament. The child lands in the Midwest, where he is adopted by a pair of simple farm folk. They name him Clark, and they soon discover that the lad is not like the other boys in the county. While other children are learning to read or skip stones, young Clark is lifting tractors over his head and racing steam locomotives. This is the central charm of the Superman myth. He is the ultimate immigrant. He comes from a far-off land, works hard, adopts a modest name, and eventually becomes the most powerful man in the Republic, all while maintaining a polite, soft-spoken demeanor that would make a Sunday school teacher weep with joy. It is a grand, glittering dream for a nation that has spent the last decade feeling like it couldn't lift its own spirits, let alone a tractor. But it is when the boy grows up and moves to the city of Metropolis that the true comedy begins. He takes a job as a reporter for a great newspaper, a profession I know something about. In my experience, a reporter is a creature of high intelligence, low morals, and a perpetual thirst for anything that can be poured out of a bottle. Clark Kent, however, is a different breed. He is a bumbling reporter. He wears a suit that fits him like a sack of potatoes, and he wears a pair of thick-rimmed spectacles that are apparently infused with a magical property that renders him entirely unrecognizable to his closest associates. This is the most magnificent humbug of the entire story. Clark Kent and Superman are the same man. They have the same face, the same height, the same voice, and the same habit of showing up at the exact same crime scenes. Yet, the moment he puts on those glasses, the entire world, including his colleague, Miss Lois Lane, who is supposed to be a prize-winning investigative journalist, becomes as blind as a bat in a coal mine. I have seen some impressive disguises in my time, but the idea that a pair of 10-cent spectacles can fool a whole city is a tribute to the sheer, unadulterated stupidity we are willing to accept in exchange for a good story. And then there is the change. When trouble arises, which it does every 10 minutes in Metropolis, Clark Kent does not simply go to work. He must find a place to disrobe. In the comic books of my youth, he used a telephone booth. But in 1978, as I have previously noted, a man trying to find a working telephone booth is engaged in a quest more difficult than the search for the Holy Grail. He eventually emerges in his true colors, a suit of brilliant blue, a bright red cape that defies the laws of aerodynamics, and that famous S on his chest, which we are told stands for hope. Though in the 1970s, I suspect it stood for synthetic. The flight itself is, I must admit, a triumph of the imagination. To see a man soaring over the skyscrapers, his arms outstretched as if he were trying to embrace the horizon, is a beautiful thing. It touches that ancient secret part of the human heart that has always hated the ground. We are creatures of the mud, but we are also creatures of the dream. We want to believe that we can rise above the traffic, above the gas lines, and above the petty grievances of our neighbors. Superman is our proxy. He flies so we don't have to, which is lucky, because, as I have mentioned, we can't afford the fuel to do it ourselves anyway. But every hero must have a villain, and in this year of 1978, the villain is a man named Lex Luthor. He is played by Mr. Gene Hackman with a level of snarky delight that warmed my old cynical heart. Luthor does not want to conquer the world with a ray gun or a monster. He wants to conquer it through real estate. He has a plan to drop a nuclear device into the San Andreas Fault, causing the entire coast of California to slide into the ocean. This would turn his worthless desert land into the new West Coast, making him the wealthiest man in history. It is a plot of such magnificent, cold-blooded greed that I almost found myself rooting for him. It is a quintessentially American villainy. It is not about ideology or religion. It is about the price of an acre of land. In 1878, we had the land speculators and the railroad barons. In 1978, we have a man in an underground lair trying to sink a state for a profit. The scale has changed, but the spirit of the swindle remains the same. The climax of the film involves Superman racing against time to stop the missiles. He performs feats of strength that would make Hercules look like a weakling. He catches a falling helicopter with one hand. He repairs a broken rail for a speeding train with his own body. He even flies so fast around the Earth that he reverses the rotation of the planet itself, thereby turning back time. Now, I am a man who appreciates a good exaggeration. I have told a few stretches in my time that would make a lawyer's conscience ache. But the idea that a man can reverse time by flying in circles is a piece of scientific nonsense so profound that it deserves its own monument. If it were that easy to fix our mistakes, I should spend all my afternoons running around my writing desk in the hope of unwriting some of my less successful sentences. Yet, the audience in that theater didn't care. They cheered. They wanted the time to be turned back. They wanted to return to a world where heroes were simple, where the good guys won, and where a man's word or a man's cape was enough to save the day. We are a nation that is currently feeling very small. We are hemmed in by inflation, haunted by the shadows of a lost war, and confused by a culture that seems to be changing faster than we can keep up with. In such a time, the Superman delusion is a necessary medicine. We need to believe that there is someone out there who can't be bought, who can't be broken, and who can fly through the air without a drop of gasoline. As I left the theater, stepping out into the neon-lit, polyester-coated reality of 1978, I looked up at the sky. I didn't see a man in blue tights. I saw a thin layer of smog and a few distant, flickering stars. I adjusted my own spectacles, which, I regret to report, did not make me invisible to the man who was currently trying to sell me a billy beer at the corner stand. We are not supermen. We are just ordinary, flawed, and somewhat ridiculous human beings, trying to find our way through a very strange year. But for 2 hours in the dark, we were all Skywalkers and Supermen. We were all capable of flight. And perhaps that is the greatest force of all, the ability of a good story to make us forget, if only for a moment, that we still have to walk home on shoes that are starting to pinch. Next, I think we shall examine a development that is far more practical, but no less strange. A device that allows a man to walk through a crowd while listening to his own private music, effectively turning his neighbors into a silent movie. I speak of the Walkman, the invention that has finally allowed the American citizen to achieve his ultimate goal, to be in public without actually having to speak to anyone. Chapter 11, The CB Radio Craze, or the Great Oral Calamity of the Highway. I have long believed that the primary difference between a human being and a head of cabbage is the human's insatiable desire to hear the sound of his own voice, even when he has absolutely nothing to say and no one in particular to say it to. In the 19th century, if a man wished to broadcast his ignorance to a large audience, he had to buy a newspaper, stand on a soapbox, or run for Congress. It was a laborious process that required a certain amount of physical stamina and occasionally a rudimentary grasp of grammar. But we have come to the year 1978, and the American genius for circumventing effort has reached its zenith. We have invented the Citizens Band Radio, or the CB, a device that allows any man with $20 and a car battery to become his own private broadcasting station. It is a technological marvel that has turned the nation's highways into a rolling asylum of nicknames, secret codes, and a linguistic degradation so profound it would make a lexicographer take to his bed with a cold compress. The catalyst for this sudden eruption of verbal static is another American specialty, a law that everyone hates and no one intends to obey. I speak of the National Maximum Speed Law, which dictates that no motor wagon shall exceed 55 miles per hour. Now, to tell an American that he must drive at 55 is like telling a hurricane it must move at the pace of a Sunday stroll. It is an affront to our national character. We are a people born for the gallop, and to be forced into a trot by a bureaucrat in Washington is more than the red-blooded citizen can bear. Thus, the CB radio was adopted as the primary weapon of the speeding resistance. I recently had the misfortune of traveling in a vehicle equipped with one of these squawk boxes. The dashboard was festooned with knobs and a dangling microphone that looked like a large black plastic pear. The airwaves were filled with a sound like 1,000 angry crickets being broadcast through a tin can. "Breaker 19, breaker 19," a voice crackled through the static. "You got a copy on the rubber duck? We got a smoky in the grass at the 64 marker. Put the hammer down, good buddy. 10-4. I turned to my companion. a man who, in his normal life, is a mild-mannered accountant, and asked him to translate this gibberish into the king's English. "Oh," he said, his eyes gleaming with the light of a secret society, "that's just a good buddy warning us that there's a smoky bear, that is, a policeman, hiding in the median to catch speeders. The rubber duck is his handle, and 10-4 means he understands." "I see," I said. "And why is he called the rubber duck?" "Because that's his secret identity," my friend explained. "On the CB, you don't use your Christian name. You pick a handle that reflects your personality, your aspirations, or your general state of confusion." It occurred to me then that the CB radio is the ultimate mask. In a world of polyester suits and gas lines, the American man feels small. But when he picks up that microphone and calls himself the Lonesome Polecat or Big Iron, he becomes a hero of the highway. He becomes a rough-and-tumble trucker, even if he is actually driving a beige station wagon filled with groceries and screaming toddlers. It is a magnificent humbug, a way for a man to play act at being a rebel while he's actually just trying to get to the hardware store before it closes. The handle is a study in human vanity. I have heard men who look like they haven't seen the inside of a gymnasium since the Roosevelt administration called themselves Silver Fox or the Stallion. I heard one fellow, who sounded as though he were currently consuming a very large ham sandwich, refer to himself as Midnight Rider. It is a grand, invisible masquerade ball, where everyone is a character in a movie that exists only in their own minds. And speaking of movies, the cinema has, once again, taken this folly and turned it into a religion. We have films like Smokey and The Bandit and Convoy, where the protagonist is a man who drives a very large truck, talks constantly into a CB radio, and outwits a series of bumbling policemen who appear to have been recruited exclusively from the ranks of the mentally infirm. These films have convinced the public that the trucker is the new knight errant, the last free spirit in a world of rules and regulations. I have seen real truckers. They are hard-working men who spend 18 hours a day staring at the pavement and eating food that would dissolve a galvanized bucket. There is very little knight-errantry involved in hauling 40 tons of frozen peas through a rainstorm in Nebraska. But through the magic of the CB radio, every man in America can pretend he's part of a convoy. He can join a brotherhood of the road, communicating in a jargon that consists almost entirely of numbers and barnyard metaphors. 10 to 20 means your location. 10 to 36 means you want to know the time. 10 to 100 means you have a call of nature. Why we have decided that it is more efficient to say 10 to 36 than to simply ask, "What time is it?" is a mystery that even the electronic brains of the previous chapter would struggle to solve. It is the joy of the secret code, the thrill of belonging to a tribe that speaks a language the pedestrians don't understand. But the most striking thing about the CB craze is the sheer, unadulterated nonsense that fills the airwaves. Because the CB is anonymous, people feel free to say things they would never dream of saying to a person's face. I sat for an hour listening to two men miles apart argue about the merits of a particular brand of motor oil with a ferocity that suggested they were debating the fate of the Republic. They insulted each other's mothers, each other's handles, and each other's ability to operate a gear shift. It was a magnificent display of human pettiness, broadcast for anyone within a 10-mile radius to hear. It is a precursor to a future I find quite chilling. We are moving toward a world where everyone has a microphone, everyone has a handle, and no one has a filter. We are becoming a nation of broadcasters who have forgotten how to be listeners. We are so busy telling the rubber duck about the smoky in the grass that we don't notice the scenery, we don't talk to our passengers, and we certainly don't engage in any thought that lasts longer than a 10-4. The CB radio is the social media of 1978. It is a way to be together without the inconvenience of actually being together. You can share your grievances, your jokes, and your warnings with 100 strangers, all while sitting in the air-conditioned comfort of your land yacht. It is a community of ghosts, a fellowship of voices in the static. I asked my friend, the accountant turned rubber duck, what he would do when the gas ran out and he couldn't drive anymore. "I'll just stay in the driveway and talk on the base station," he said. "The conversation is the point, Sam. The driving is just an excuse." "And what do you talk about?" I asked. "Oh, you know," he said, clicking the microphone. "Traffic, weather, what we had for dinner, whether the Smoky at the state line is using a radar gun or just a stopwatch." "In other words," I said, "you talk about the fact that you are talking." He smiled a wide 1978 smile, the kind that would make Jimmy Carter proud, and replied, 10-4, good buddy, 10-4. I left him to his squawk box and walked away, wondering if there was any corner of this great nation where a man could find a bit of silence that wasn't interrupted by a breaker. I suspect the answer is no. We have opened the gates of the verbal reservoir, and the flood of triviality is currently drowning the continent. But as I looked at the long line of cars on the highway, each with a silver antenna whipped by the wind, I realized that the American people had found their own way to survive the malaise. If you can't go fast, you can at least talk about how fast you would be going if the law would let you. And if you can't be a hero, you can at least have a hero's handle. Next, I think we must examine the dark side of this desire for belonging. We have seen the convoy of the highway, but what happens when the desire for a leader leads a people away from the road and into the jungle? I speak of a shadow that has fallen over the end of this year, a shadow cast by a man in dark glasses and a promise of paradise that turned into a nightmare. We must look at the Jonestown shadow. /. Chapter 12. The Studio 54 Purgatory, or the Velvet Rope of Salvation. It has been said by theologians of various stripes that the gates of heaven are narrow and difficult to pass, requiring a lifetime of virtue, a clean conscience, and perhaps a small mountain of charitable receipts. However, in the year of our Lord 1978, in the city of New York, a new theology has emerged which suggests that the gates of paradise are made of a heavy velvet rope, and the only virtue required for entry is the ability to look like a particularly expensive and somewhat confused exotic bird. I am speaking of Studio 54. In my earlier life, a theater was a place where one went to see a play, hear a lecture, or perhaps watch a man pull a rabbit out of a hat. But the inhabitants of 1978 have taken an old opera house on 54th Street and turned it into a sanctuary of the ego, a cathedral of the glitter gun, and a place where the American social order is dismantled and reassembled every night at 11 o'clock. It is a purgatory for the fashionable, a place where the elite pay handsomely for the privilege of being insulted by a man with a clipboard and a very short temper. The gatekeeper of this establishment, a gentleman named Steve Rubel, is the most powerful sovereign in the Western Hemisphere. He does not govern territory, and he does not command armies. Instead, he stands on a milk crate outside his front door and decides who is fabulous enough to be granted the right to spend $10 on a drink that consists mostly of ice and ambition. I stood across the street one evening, safely ensconced in my wool coat and my own common sense, and watched the supplicants. It was a spectacle that would have made a medieval monarch blush. There were thousands of them packed onto the sidewalk like sardines in a tin, all dressed in their finest polyester and silk, their hair teased into shapes that defied the laws of structural engineering. They were begging. They were pleading. They were offering their firstborn children and their life savings just to be allowed past the rope. "Not you," the gatekeeper would say, pointing a finger at a man who had clearly spent 3 hours and his entire month's rent on a suit the color of an angry tangerine. "Too boring. Go home." The man did not argue. He did not claim his rights as a citizen of a free republic. He simply lowered his head and shuffled away, his spirit broken by a man in a T-shirt. I have seen men face firing squads with more dignity than the people who were rejected at the door of Studio 54. It is a magnificent humbug, a system that convinces you that your worth as a human being is entirely dependent on whether or not a bouncer likes the way your sequins catch the light. Once inside, provided you have been blessed by the clipboard of destiny, you enter a world that can only be described as a hallucination with a budget. The air is thick with a mixture of expensive perfume, human perspiration, and a peculiar white dust that seems to fall from the ceiling with a frequency that suggests a very localized and very expensive blizzard. I am told this dust is glitter, but I suspect it is actually the powdered remains of the bank accounts of the patrons. The decor is a riot of theatrical excess. There are lights that move, sets that change, and a giant mechanical moon that descends from the rafters. This moon, I noticed, has a face on it that is currently engaged in the act of consuming a spoonful of something. I inquired of a nearby youth, a lad who was wearing a shirt unbuttoned to his navel and enough gold chains to anchor a small schooner, what the moon was doing. "That's the man in the moon, man," he yelled over the thumping beat. "He's getting high." I have seen the moon from the deck of a steamboat on the Mississippi, and I have seen the moon from the porch of a cabin in the Sierras, and in my experience, the moon is a respectable celestial body that minds its own business. But in 1978, even the heavenly spheres have been recruited into the service of the me-decade. The moon is no longer a symbol of romance. It is a symbol of the general state of intoxication that defines the era. The dance floor is a sea of churning humanity, a mass of limbs and polyester that moves with a single, mindless pulse. It is a democratic madness. You might see a world-famous actress dancing with a busboy, or a Saudi prince rubbing elbows with a girl from New Jersey who told her mother she was staying at a library. In Studio 54, the only thing that matters is the look. If you have the look, you are royalty. If you do not, you are invisible. The celebrities, those itinerant players and socialites who have become our modern saints, are the primary attraction. I saw a lady who I was told was a famous singer. She was riding a white horse across the dance floor. Why, I cannot tell you. A horse is a noble animal, designed for the prairie and the plow, and to subject it to a disco beat and a room full of people in platform shoes is a piece of cruelty that deserves a congressional investigation. But the crowd cheered. They thought it was divine. In 1978, divine has come to mean anything that is sufficiently expensive and entirely pointless. And then there is the VIP basement. This is the inner sanctum, the Holy of Holies. It is a place where the truly famous go to escape the merely famous. I am told that in the basement, the rules of civilization are suspended entirely. I did not venture down there myself, as I have reached an age where I prefer my iniquity to be well lit and accompanied by a comfortable chair. But the rumors are magnificent. They say that the walls are lined with silver and that the patrons engage in activities that would make a Roman emperor say, "Perhaps we should tone it down a bit." The irony of Studio 54 is that it is a fortress built on the sand of vanity. It is a place that celebrates freedom and liberation, yet it is governed by the most rigid and exclusionary rules imaginable. It is a place that celebrates originality, yet everyone is dressed in the exact same fashion of the moment. It is a grand, glittering prison where the inmates have paid for the privilege of being locked in. I asked a young woman who was currently being fanned by a man dressed as a Greek god why she spent every night in this dark, thumping cavern. "Because this is where the life is, Sam," she cried, her eyes wide with the frantic glow of a person who hasn't slept since the Carter inauguration. "Outside, it's all gas lines and inflation. In here, it's forever." "My dear," I said, "nothing is forever, especially not a fashion that involves wearing a wrap dress made of metallic thread. In 5 years, this room will be a storage locker, and you will be wondering why you spent the best years of your life waiting for a man on a milk crate to tell you that you were acceptable." She didn't hear me. The music, a particularly aggressive version of Le Freak, swallowed my words. She spun away into the silver mist, a shimmering ghost in a machine made of noise and light. We are a nation that has lost its way, and so we have decided to have a party in the ruins. Studio 54 is the ballroom of the Titanic, and the iceberg is currently made of rising interest rates and the inevitable passage of time. But as long as the music plays and as long as the gatekeeper keeps the boring people outside, the patrons are happy. They are safe in their glitter-filled purgatory. As I left the club stepping out into the gray light of a New York dawn, I saw the line was still there. New supplicants had arrived, their faces fresh and their sequins undimmed, waiting for the velvet rope to open for them. I walked past them, my boots clicking on the pavement, feeling a great sense of relief. I was heading back to a world where the only gatekeeper is a sleepy hotel clerk, and where the only moon I have to worry about is the one that stays in the sky where it belongs. Next, I think we shall leave the city behind and look at the rise of the Fern bar once more, but from a different angle, the culinary angle. We must discuss the quiche crisis and why the American man has suddenly become afraid of a pie filled with eggs and spinach. It is a story of gender, pastry, and the deep, abiding fear of appearing too sophisticated for one's own good. Chapter 13, The Rise of the Fern Bar, or The Culinary Castration of the Republic. I have long maintained that the progress of a civilization can be measured with startling accuracy by the weight of its breakfast. In the glorious, greasier days of my youth, a man's morning meal was a matter of gravity and serious intent. It consisted of several pounds of ham, a mountain of fried eggs, a river of black coffee, and perhaps a side of biscuits that possessed the structural integrity of a brick kiln. It was a meal designed to sustain a man through a day of clearing forests, piloting steamboats, or outrunning the local sheriff. It was an honest, loud-mouthed, unapologetic breakfast that knew its place in the world and didn't try to be anything else. But we have come to the year 1978, and the American stomach has undergone a transformation that can only be described as a botanical tragedy. We have entered the era of the Fern bar kitchen, a place where the food is as confused as the fashion, and where a man is expected to sustain his mortal coil on a diet of egg custard and various forms of decorative shrubbery. I am speaking, of course, of the rise of the quiche. Now, I have traveled the world and sampled many curiosities, from the mysterious stews of the Orient to the somewhat questionable sausages of the German states. But I have never encountered a dish that so perfectly embodies the malaise of the modern era as the quiche. To the uninitiated, a quiche is essentially a pie that has lost its way. It is a shivering, gelatinous slab of egg matter, infused with bits of spinach or bacon, and encased in a crust that is usually about as flavorful as a piece of damp cardboard. It is a French import that I suspect was sent over as a late-blooming revenge for the Louisiana Purchase. The tragedy is not merely in the dish itself, but in what it represents. In 1978, the American man has been told that he must become sensitive. He must learn to discuss his feelings. He must wear a shirt with a floral pattern, and he must, under no circumstances, eat a steak that hasn't been sliced into paper-thin strips and tossed in a salad. The Fern Bar is the temple of this new philosophy. It is a place where the menu is written in a flamboyant cursive that is nearly impossible to read under the sickly green glow of the hanging plants, and where the most masculine thing you can order is a zucchini fritter. I sat in one of these leafy purgatories recently and attempted to procure a meal. The waiter, a young man with a perm that resembled a startled poodle and a shirt unbuttoned to a point that suggested he was expecting an immediate physical examination, handed me a menu that looked like a botanical field guide. "We have a lovely spinach and mushroom quiche today," he chirped, with the enthusiasm of a man who hasn't seen a real piece of meat in several months. "It's very light, very sophisticated." "My boy," I said, "I do not wish to be light. I wish to be heavy. I wish to feel the solid, comforting weight of a cow in my stomach. I have a long afternoon of doing nothing ahead of me, and I require the fuel of my ancestors. Do you have anything that didn't start its life as a garnish?" He looked at me with the pitying gaze one reserves for a dinosaur that has accidentally wandered into a discotheque. "We have the crepes," he suggested. Crepes. This is another magnificent humbug of the 78 kitchen. A crepe is nothing more than a pancake that went to a finishing school in Paris and came back with a fake accent and a high opinion of itself. It is a pancake that is too thin to be useful and too expensive to be ignored. They fill it with seafood or vegetables or, heaven help us, more fruit. And they serve it to you as if they are doing you a personal favor. I have seen men in leisure suits attempting to eat a seafood crepe with a fork and knife. looking for all the world like they are performing surgery on a very small, very limp fish. But the centerpiece of the Fern Bar culinary experience is the zucchini. I do not know what the zucchini did to earn the undying devotion of the American chef in 1978, but it is everywhere. It is fried, it is sautéed, it is stuffed, and it is frequently hidden in things where it has no business being. The zucchini is a vegetable that tastes of absolutely nothing. It is the white noise of the produce aisle. Yet, in the Fern Bar, it is treated as if it were a rare truffle discovered in the secret gardens of the Vatican. If you were to remove the zucchini from the restaurants of 1978, the entire economy would likely collapse, leaving millions of people wondering what to do with all that excess batter. And then we must discuss the fondue. This is a ritual that involves sitting around a pot of melted cheese and dipping bits of bread into it with a long, spindly fork. It is presented as a sophisticated social activity, but in reality, it is a magnificent swindle. You are paying a restaurant $20 for the privilege of cooking your own dinner in a bowl of hot fat. It is a test of patience and manual dexterity that usually ends with someone losing their bread in the cheese and being forced, according to the rules, to kiss the person to their left. I watched a group of people engaging in this cheese worship at the next table. They were laughing and talking about their horoscopes while frantically swirling their forks in the pot like they were panning for gold. One fellow, who was wearing a gold medallion the size of a saucer, managed to drop a piece of bread, a chunk of apple, and his dignity all at once into the bubbling font. The resulting splash of hot Gruyere onto his polyester trousers created a stain that I suspect will outlast the century. "Is it good?" I asked him. "It's an experience, man," he yelled, his eyes bulging as he tried to retrieve his bread. "It's very now." That is the curse of 1978. Everything must be now. And now apparently means eating food that is designed to be looked at rather than consumed. It is a culinary theater where the scenery is more important than the script. We have traded the honest Greece of the 19th century for the presentation of the 20th. A meal is no longer a victory over hunger. It is a social statement. By eating a quiche, you are telling the world that you are a modern, enlightened citizen who isn't afraid of a little egg custard and a lot of hanging ivy. The irony, of course, is that while we are eating these light and sophisticated meals, we are becoming more bloated with vanity than a Thanksgiving turkey. We talk of health and fitness, as I noted in our discussion of the jogging epidemic, yet we drench our vegetables in cheese sauce and our pancakes in heavy cream and call it European. It is a grand, delicious humbug. I finally managed to find a dish that looked vaguely recognizable, something called a London broil, which turned out to be a piece of beef that had been sliced so thin you could use it as a bookmark. It was served on a bed of, you guessed it, zucchini, and accompanied by a sprig of parsley that was larger than the meat itself. I ate it under the watchful eye of a spider that had descended from a nearby Boston fern, feeling like a man who had been invited to a banquet and served a sample. As I left the establishment, stepping past the brass railings and the flickering Tiffany lamps, I felt a deep, abiding hunger in my soul and in my stomach. I walked 3 blocks until I found a dingy little diner that smelled of onions and old tobacco. I sat at the counter and ordered a double cheeseburger and a side of fries that had never heard the word presentation in their lives. The cook, a man whose apron was a map of every meal he'd served since the Nixon administration, slid the plate toward me with a grunt. There was no garnish. There were no ferns. There was just a magnificent, greasy, heart-stopping monument to American appetite. I took a bite and felt my spirit return to my body. We are a nation in transition. We are trying to be fancy, trying to be European, and trying to be sensitive. But deep down, we are still a people who want a meal that requires a sturdy napkin and a nap afterward. The quiche will have its day, and the Fern bar will eventually be replaced by some other botanical nonsense, but the honest burger will remain. In the next chapter, I think we shall leave the kitchen behind and look at the CB radio once more, or perhaps the video home system, which is currently promising to turn our parlors into theaters. But for now, I shall sit here in this diner, away from the plants and the crepes, and enjoy the only now that matters. A quiet moment with a piece of meat that doesn't require a French dictionary to understand. Chapter 14, The Video Home System, or The Capture of the Electronic Ghost. Man is the only animal that blushes, or needs to, and never in all my wanderings through this mortal vale have I seen more reason for a man to turn a deep and permanent shade of crimson than when he is standing in his own parlor, 3 o'clock in the morning, frantically jabbing at a piece of plastic with a screwdriver in an attempt to retrieve a swallowed tape of The Love Boat. We have reached the year 1978, and we have decided that the one thing our lives were lacking was the ability to take the transient, flickering ghosts of the television box and lock them inside a plastic brick. We call this the video cassette recorder, or the VCR, a name designed to sound like a serious piece of scientific equipment, but which mostly describes a machine that possesses the temperament of a spoiled child and the mechanical grace of a threshing machine. In the old days, if you missed a theatrical performance or a sunset, you simply accepted that it was gone, vanished into the great silence of the past. You might remember it, or you might lie about it later to your grandchildren, which is the traditional American way of preserving history. But the citizen of 1978 refuses to accept the tyranny of time. He wants to time shift. He wants to capture the evening news and watch it at breakfast. He wants to record a symphony while he is at the bowling alley. He wants, in short, to be the master of a schedule that was previously governed by the high priests in the broadcast towers of New York. It is a magnificent delusion of power. The Great Plastic Schism, VHS versus Betamax. Before a man can even begin his journey into the world of home recording, he must first participate in a new kind of civil war. He must choose a side in the great conflict between VHS and Betamax. I inquired of a salesman at a department store, a young man whose mustache appeared to be a temporary guest on his upper lip, what the difference was. He spoke to me for 40 minutes in a language that consisted entirely of lines of resolution, head speeds, and loading mechanisms. "The Beta is the superior machine, Sam," he whispered, as if he were revealing a secret to a fellow conspirator. "It is smaller, the picture is clearer, and the engineering is a work of art. It is the choice of the connoisseur." "And the VHS?" I asked. "Oh," he said, waving a hand dismissively The VHS is a clunky, oversized humbug, but the tapes can hold 2 hours of footage, whereas the Beta can only hold 1. I looked at the two machines. The Beta was indeed elegant, while the VHS looked like a piece of industrial furnace equipment that had been painted wood grain to hide its shame. But I have lived long enough to know that in America, better always loses to more. A man does not want a clear picture of a short program. He wants a fuzzy, flickering, snow-covered picture of a very long program. He wants to be able to record a whole football game and still have room for a weather report. Thus, the VHS is winning the war, proving once again that the American public will always choose quantity over quality, provided the quantity is delivered in a sufficiently large plastic box. The lighthouse of the living room. Once you have brought this mechanical leviathan into your home and managed to connect it to your television without accidentally electrocuting the cat, you are faced with the VCR's most enduring contribution to our civilization. The blinking 12. Every VCR comes equipped with a digital clock. It is a marvelous invention that tells you exactly what time it is, provided it is currently 12 o'clock and has been for the last 3 weeks. To set the clock on a VCR requires the patience of Job, the intellect of a mathematician, and the manual dexterity of a watchmaker. Most Americans have given up. They have accepted that their parlors are now illuminated by a rhythmic flashing 12 o'clock that serves as a constant reminder of their own technological inadequacy. I sat in a dark room with a friend recently, and the blinking was so persistent I felt as though I were being signaled by a lighthouse. "Arthur," I said, "is there no way to make it stop?" "I tried once," he replied, his voice heavy with defeat. I followed the manual for 3 hours. I pressed the set button, the select button, and the clock button in a sequence that would have unlocked the vaults of the Bank of England. The clock changed to 3:45. Then it flashed a series of random letters that looked like a curse in an ancient tongue, and then it went back to 12 o'clock. I have decided to live with it. It's like having a heartbeat for the room. The video rental store, a new cathedral of indecision. But the true genius of the VCR is not the recording. It is the rental. A new kind of establishment has appeared on our street corners. The video store. It is a place filled with rows and rows of plastic boxes, each promising a world of adventure, romance, or comedy. It is here that the American family goes to spend 2 hours arguing about what they are going to watch for 90 minutes. The ritual is always the same. You enter the store and are immediately hit by the scent of stale popcorn and ozone. You begin to wander the aisles. You pick up a box for a film called The Towering Inferno, read the back, decide it looks too stressful, and put it back. You look at a comedy, but your wife remembers that the lead actor once said something she didn't care for in a magazine. You look at a Western, but the children want to see a cartoon about a talking mouse. By the time you have reached a consensus, you have spent more time in the store than you will spend watching the actual movie. And then comes the financial transaction. You must pay $3 for the privilege of taking the tape home for one night. And you're warned, under threat of a fine that would make a tax collector blush, that you must be kind, rewind. The concept of rewinding is a new moral obligation in 1978. In the old days, if you finished a book, you simply closed it. But with a videotape, you must spend several minutes listening to the machine groan and whine as it drags the brown plastic ribbon back to the beginning. If you return a tape to the store without rewinding it, you're looked upon as a social pariah, a man of low character who probably also kicks dogs and cheats at whist. I saw a man at the counter of a video hut who was being lectured by a clerk half his age because the tape of Star Wars he had returned was still at the end credits. "It's about respect, sir," the boy said, tapping a sign that showed a smiling cartoon tape wearing a tuxedo. The man looked at the sign, then at the boy, and then at the $5 fine on his bill. I have seen less anger in the eyes of a man who has just been told his house is on fire. The adult section and the velvet curtain. We must also speak of the secret geography of the video store. In almost every one of these shops, there is a back corner, usually obscured by a heavy velvet curtain or a series of very tall ferns. This is the adult section. In 1878, if a man wished to seek out salacious material, he had to visit a questionable bookstore in a dark alley or attend a burlesque show with a hat pulled low over his eyes. In 1978, he simply walks past the cartoons, gives a quick, nervous glance over his shoulder to ensure no one from his church is watching, and ducks behind the curtain. It is a grand, silent comedy. Everyone knows what is behind the curtain, and everyone knows why the man is there, yet we all participate in a collective pantomime of ignorance. When the man emerges, clutching a tape with a title like Debbie Does Dallas, he usually tries to hide it under a copy of a National Geographic documentary about the migration of the wildebeest. The clerk, who has seen this 1,000 times, rings it up with an indifferent click-clack, and the man scurries out into the night, a pioneer of the new domestic decadence. The death of the theater experience. The enthusiasts tell us that the VCR is a victory for the common man. No longer must we pay for expensive tickets. No longer must we sit in a sticky, floored theater with 100 strangers who have forgotten how to stop talking. We can watch the cinema in our pajamas, with our own snacks, and the ability to pause the action whenever we need to visit the facilities. But I fear we are losing something precious. There is a certain magic in the collective dream of a darkened theater. When you watch a movie at home, you are constantly interrupted by the ringing of the telephone, the barking of the dog, or the realization that the tracking on your machine is slightly off. The tracking knob is the bane of the 1978 viewer. It is a small dial on the front of the VCR that controls the clarity of the image. If you do not adjust it perfectly, the screen is filled with snow, a chaotic flurry of white dots that makes the movie look as though it were filmed during a blizzard in a coal mine. You spend half the movie standing by the machine, turning the knob a fraction of an inch to the left, then a fraction to the right, while your family yells, "There! No, go back! It was better a second ago." By the time the picture is clear, the movie is over. We are becoming a nation of technicians rather than audience members. We are so busy managing the machine that we have forgotten how to enjoy the story. We are sitting in our parlors, surrounded by plastic boxes and blinking clocks, convinced that we are at the pinnacle of human achievement. As for me, I shall keep my books. A book does not require a tracking knob. A book does not blink 12 o'clock at you all night. And a book, if you treat it well, never needs to be rewound. But I suspect I am in the minority. The world is moving toward the plastic ribbon and the electronic ghost, and I suppose we must all learn to live with the snow. Chapter 15, The Great Las Vegas Gamble of the East, or A Queen in a Sequined Bikini. I have always believed that the only thing more dangerous than a man with a secret is a state government with a budget deficit. When an individual runs out of money, he usually resorts to the honest, time-honored tradition of borrowing from friends he never intends to repay, or perhaps taking up a life of quiet, contemplative bankruptcy. But when a great state, such as the noble Commonwealth of New Jersey, finds its pockets as empty as a politician's promise, it does not look for a second job. Instead, it decides to go into the business of organized temptation. In this year of 1978, we have witnessed the birth of a new American miracle on the shores of the Atlantic. We have taken the city of Atlantic City, a place that was once the queen of resorts, a grand salt-sprayed promenade of wooden boards and saltwater taffy, and we have attempted to resuscitate her failing heart by bolting a series of neon-lit, velvet-lined gambling dens directly onto her ribcage. I am speaking of the opening of Resorts International, the first legal casino in the East. It is a grand experiment in the theology of the sure thing. Now, Atlantic City in 1878 was a place of high hats, stiff collars, and the belief that the ocean air could cure everything from consumption to a bad disposition. It was a place where a gentleman could walk the boardwalk and feel the dignity of the Republic in every sea breeze. But by 1978, the Queen had fallen on hard times. She had become a bit ragged at the edges, her grand hotels crumbling into the sand like the forgotten toys of a giant child. She was a grandmother who had lost her inheritance and was currently wearing a threadbare shawl and staring at the horizon with a look of profound malaise. The solution, according to the wise men in the State House, was not to paint the houses or fix the schools, but to invite the one-armed bandits to town. I attended the opening of this new temple of Mammon in May of this year, and I must report that the spectacle was enough to make a Mississippi riverboat gambler take up a life of missionary work in the interior of Africa. The lines to enter the casino were longer than the gas lines I have previously described, and considerably more desperate. People had traveled from 3 states away, packed into buses like crates of nervous chickens, all for the privilege of handing their hard-earned currency to a machine that has been scientifically calibrated to ensure they never see it again. The interior of a 1978 casino is a marvel of psychological warfare. It is a world without clocks, without windows, and without the slightest hint that a sun exists in the heavens. The management has correctly surmised that if a man knows it is 4 o'clock in the morning and his family is likely wondering where the rent money went, he might be tempted to leave. Therefore, they have created an eternal, artificial twilight. The air is thick with the scent of New Jersey menthol, stale cocktail napkins, and the ozone-heavy exhaust of 10,000 electronic buzzers. The decor is, you guessed it, pure, unadulterated polyester Gothic. There are carpets with patterns so loud they would keep a deaf man awake. There is brass that has been polished until it screams, and there is a level of red velvet that suggests the entire building was upholstered by a man who had a traumatic childhood encounter with a theatrical curtain, but it is the slot machine that is the true god of this establishment. In my day, a gambling machine was a simple mechanical affair involving a few spinning drums and a distinct lack of flashing lights. Today, the slot machine is a sophisticated electronic siren. It does not merely take your money, it serenades you as it does so. It chirps, it whistles, and it rings bells with a frantic joy that suggests you have just won the lottery, even when the machine has actually just informed you that you have lost your last 50 cents. I watched a lady, a grand motherly soul in a double-knit pantsuit and a visor that said, "I love Atlantic City," standing before one of these machines for 3 hours. She moved with the rhythmic precision of a factory worker during the Industrial Revolution. Clink, clank, pull, clink, clank, pull. Her eyes were fixed on the spinning cherries and lemons with a devotion that would have shamed a saint. "Have you had any luck, madam?" I asked, during a brief moment when she was fumbling for another roll of quarters. "I'm due, Sam," she whispered, her voice a mixture of hope and exhaustion. "The machine hasn't hit in an hour. It's gathering its strength. Any minute now it's going to erupt." This is the great gambler's humbug. It is the belief that a machine made of cold steel and silicon chips possesses a sense of fairness, or perhaps a secret bank of strength that it is waiting to bestow upon the most persistent supplicant. The machine is not due for anything except a routine maintenance check. It is a mathematical certainty, wrapped in a neon lie, and it is currently the most successful tax collection device in the history of the human race. And then we must consider the high rollers. These are the men who play the table games, the blackjack, the craps, the baccarat. In Las Vegas, a high roller is a man who wears a tuxedo and speaks in the quiet tones of an international spy. In Atlantic City in 1978, a high roller is a man from Philadelphia named Bernie, who has unbuttoned his shirt to show off a chest forest that would hide a small dog, and who is currently yelling at the dealer because he stayed on a 16 and lost to a 17. The tension in the room is palpable. It is not the tension of excitement, but the tension of a people who have been told that their ship is coming in, and who are starting to realize that the ship is actually a leaky rowboat and they are currently miles from the shore. The state of New Jersey has promised that the proceeds from this carnival of vice will go toward the elderly and the disabled. It is a magnificent piece of moral gymnastics. We are telling the public that it is their patriotic duty to lose their savings at the craps table because the money will eventually be used to provide a hot meal for a widow in Newark. It is a sin tax that depends on the commission of the sin to do any good. If everyone suddenly became sensible and stopped gambling, the elderly would apparently be forced to live on a diet of saltwater taffy and seawater. It is a grand government-sanctioned humbug. Outside the casino, the reality of the city remains unchanged. You step off the plush carpet of Resorts International, and you are immediately back in the malaise. There are the boarded-up shops, the crumbling piers, and the sense of a city that has been left behind by the 20th century. The contrast is jarring. It is as if someone has placed a diamond ring on the finger of a corpse and expected the corpse to start dancing. I walked down to the water's edge, where the Atlantic was doing its best to wash away the sins of the boardwalk. I saw a man sitting on a bench, staring at a handful of empty quarter wrappers. "Did the Queen treat you well?" I asked. He looked at me with a hollow grin. "She's a cruel mistress, Sam. She took my gas money, my dinner money, and my dignity. But I tell you what, that prime rib buffet was the best $4 I ever spent." Ah, the buffet. We cannot speak of the 1978 casino without mentioning the buffet. It is the culinary manifestation of the me decade. It is a place where, for a single price, an American can engage in a level of gluttony that would have stunned the ancient Romans. I saw mountains of shrimp, rivers of gravy, and a dessert table that appeared to be constructed entirely of Cool Whip and industrial-grade sugar. It is the only place in the casino where you actually win, provided you consider a severe case of indigestion to be a victory. As I watched the buses pull away from the curb, filled with people who were heading back to their real lives with empty pockets and a story about a near miss on the jackpot, I realized that Atlantic City is the perfect metaphor for the year 1978. We are a nation that is looking for a shortcut. We want to solve our problems with a spin of the wheel. We want to believe that the polyester age can be transformed into a golden age if we just find the right machine and pull the handle long enough. But the house always wins. Whether the house is a casino in Jersey, a government in Washington, or the slow, indifferent march of time, the result is the same. You might get a free drink or a cheap prime rib, but in the end, you leave with less than you brought. I turned my back on the neon and walked toward the train station. The salt air felt good on my face. It was the only thing in town that was still free, and the only thing that didn't have a 10-4 handle or a blinking 12 o'clock clock. As the train pulled away, I looked back at the lights of the boardwalk. It was a beautiful sight, in a gaudy, desperate sort of way. A queen in a sequined bikini, indeed. She's not much of a monarch anymore, but she certainly knows how to throw a party for the desperate. Next, I think we shall leave the bright lights of the coast and head into the dark heart of the jungle. We must discuss the Jonestown Shadow, the story of a man who promised paradise and delivered a nightmare. It is a sobering chapter, but a necessary one, for it shows us what happens when the American desire for belonging is twisted into a rope of absolute faith. Chapter 16. The Garfield Phenomenon, or the deification of the lazy feline. I have always maintained that the human race is never so truly itself as when it is looking for a mirror that flatters its most ignoble qualities. In the 19th century, we looked for mirrors in the faces of our prophets, our generals, and our poets. We wanted to see courage, industry, and perhaps a touch of divine madness. But as we staggered toward the conclusion of this wearying year of 1978, it appears the American public has decided that its most accurate reflection is not found in the halls of Congress or the pages of the classics, but in the cynical, heavy-lidded gaze of a fat, orange house cat, who possesses the temperament of a disgruntled tax collector and a digestive system fueled exclusively by Italian pasta. I am speaking of Garfield. Now, a cat, by its very nature, is an animal designed for the quiet contemplation of its own superiority. In my day, a cat was expected to earn its keep by patrolling the barn for rodents, or, at the very least, keeping the mice out of the flour barrel. It was a creature of utility, a silent partner in the struggle for survival. But the cat of 1978, this creature of the funny pages, has reached a level of decadence that would have made a Roman emperor blush with envy. Garfield does not catch mice. He does not even acknowledge the existence of mice, unless they happen to be carrying a tray of lasagna. He debuted in June of this year, and within 6 months he has taken over the American consciousness with the stealthy persistence of a fog rolling in off the Mississippi. I sat in a barber shop recently and watched a grown man, a man with whiskers of his own and a mortgage to pay, chortling over a 4-panel strip in which the cat simply sat in a chair and expressed a profound hatred for Mondays. "It's so true, Sam," the man cried, slapping his knee. "He hates Mondays just like me." "My friend," I said, "that cat is a drawing. He has no job. He does not have to wake up at 6 in the morning to shovel coal or commute to an office in a beige hatchback. Every day is a Sunday for a house pet. His hatred of Monday is a magnificent piece of theatrical fraud. He is merely borrowing your misery to make himself more relatable, and you are paying him for the privilege in the form of a daily newspaper subscription." But the man didn't care. He was in the grip of the Garfield phenomenon. The genius of this orange humbug lies in its celebration of the malaise we have been discussing. In 1878, laziness was considered a sin, or at the very least, a shortcut to the poorhouse. In 1978, laziness has been rebranded as a lifestyle choice. We are a nation that is tired. We are tired of the Cold War, tired of the inflation, and tired of being told we must exercise in our underwear. Garfield is the patron saint of the me decade. He is the only creature in America who is allowed to be fat, selfish, and incredibly rude, and still be loved for it. His philosophy is simple. He loves lasagna, he loves sleep, and he hates everything else, particularly a small dim-witted dog named Odie. The Odie of the story is the perfect foil. He is a creature of pure, unadulterated optimism, a dog who wags his tail at the sun and believes that every person he meets is his best friend. In any other era, Odie would be the hero. But in 1978, we find Odie's cheerfulness to be suspicious, if not downright irritating. We side with the cat. When Garfield kicks Odie off a table, the American public roars with laughter. It is a vicarious release for a people who would very much like to kick their own problems, and perhaps their own neighbors, off a metaphorical table. And then we must speak of the lasagna. I do not know why this particular dish was chosen as the cat's obsession, other than the fact that it is a layered, heavy, and somewhat confusing culinary invention that perfectly mirrors the complexity of the 70s. In my day, if you fed a cat a bowl of cheesy noodles and tomato sauce, you would be accused of animal cruelty. Today, it is the cornerstone of a multi-million-dollar empire. I have seen Garfield's lasagna recipes in magazines, and I suspect that by next year there will be frozen versions in every grocery store, allowing the American public to eat exactly like their favorite cynical cartoon. It is a beautiful circle of self-indulgence. But the most alarming aspect of the Garfield phenomenon is the merchandise. We have entered an age where a character does not exist unless he can be manufactured in plastic and sold in a mall. I walked through a department store in November and was confronted by a wall of orange fluff. There were Garfield plushies, Garfield calendars, Garfield coffee mugs, and, most peculiarly, a version of the cat equipped with suction cups on its paws. I saw a young woman sticking one of these to the window of her car. What is the purpose of that, my dear? I asked. Are you attempting to convince the passing public that a very small, very flat cat is trying to escape your vehicle? It's cute, she said. It shows I have a sense of humor. Actually, I replied, it shows that you have been successfully swindled by a man in Indiana who has figured out how to sell you 4 cents worth of synthetic fur for $12. You are currently obstructing your view of the road with a symbol of your own gullibility. She stuck out her tongue at me, a gesture that Garfield himself would have approved of, and drove away. This car cat is the ultimate 1978 accessory. It is a way for a person to signal their personality to the world without having to actually speak. It says, I am a person who enjoys irony, lasagna, and the occasional act of minor domestic rebellion. It is the CB radio handle for the window pane. I suspect that in the years to come, we will see these orange corpses hanging from the windows of every car in the Republic, a silent army of suction-cupped cynics. The Garfield strip is a study in the inner life. In the old days, comics were about action. They were about the yellow kid getting into scrapes or Popeye punching someone into the middle of next week. But Garfield is a comic about thinking. The cat rarely speaks. His words are contained in thought bubbles, which means we are privy to his private contempt for the world around him. This is the secret of his success. We are all, in 1978, living in our own private thought bubbles. We sit in our offices, we wait in our gas lines, and we look at the world with the same heavy-lidded disdain as that cat. We are all thinking, I'd rather be in bed, or I hope someone brings me a tray of pasta. Garfield is the only one brave enough to say it out loud, or at least to think it loud enough for us to read. There is a snarky brilliance to it. The creator, a Mr. Jim Davis, has realized that the American public doesn't want a hero anymore. We had the Superman in the cinema, but we couldn't relate to him because we can't fly and we don't have a moral compass that points true north. We can, however, relate to a cat who refuses to get out of bed. We have reached a point in our national development where the height of our ambition is to be left alone with a television and a snack. I sat on a park bench and read a collection of these strips, trying to find the soul of the thing. I found a strip where the cat looks at a mirror and says, I'm not overweight, I'm under tall. I laughed. I couldn't help it. It was a magnificent piece of humbug, a clever linguistic trick to avoid the truth. And that, in essence, is the year 1978. We are a nation that is under tall. We are trying to find ways to describe our failures as mere optical illusions. We are looking for a way to be happy in our own laziness, and we have found our profit in a creature that sleeps 20 hours a day. As the sun sets on this chapter of our history, the orange cat remains. He will likely outlast the Carter administration, the energy crisis, and possibly the disco beat. He is a permanent fixture of our furniture, a fuzzy reminder that it is perfectly acceptable to be selfish, provided you can be funny about it. I left the park and walked past a bookstore where a long line of people was waiting to buy a calendar filled with pictures of the cat. I shook my head and pulled my coat tighter. We are a strange, wonderful, and thoroughly ridiculous people. We have conquered the moon, but we are currently being defeated by a drawing of a cat who hates Mondays. Next, I think we must look at a different kind of obsession, one that involves the home and the strange new devices we are using to entertain ourselves. We have seen the VCR, but what about the video game? We must speak of the Atari and the moment we decided that our children should spend their youth in a dark room, attempting to prevent a digital ball from hitting the bottom of a screen. But for now, I shall go and see if I can find a piece of lasagna. I'm starting to think the cat might be onto something. Chapter 17. The Atari Revolution, or the deification of the digital square. I have long observed that the progress of human entertainment is a steady march away from the sunshine and toward a state of catatonic darkness. In the 1870s, if a lad wished to amuse himself, he was required to exert a certain amount of physical effort. He might go down to the river to see if he could drown a worm. He might engage in a spirited bout of fisticuffs with the neighbor's boy over the ownership of a particularly round marble, or, if he were feeling especially intellectual, he might sit on a porch and whittle a stick into the shape of a smaller, more useless stick. It was a life of motion, of splinters, and of genuine, honest-to-goodness sweat. But we have come to the year 1978, and the American child has been liberated from the burden of the great outdoors. We have invented a device that allows a human being to sit perfectly still for 6 hours at a stretch, moving nothing but a single thumb, while staring with the intensity of a hypnotized chicken at a piece of furniture. I am speaking of the Atari 2600. It is a machine that looks like it was designed by a committee that couldn't decide whether they were building a spaceship or a humidor. It is encased in that most holy of 1978 materials, wood grain plastic. I have never understood the national obsession with making everything look as though it were carved from a venerable oak, only to have it feel upon inspection like the interior of a margarine tub. It is a magnificent humbug, a visual lie intended to give a sense of domestic dignity to a box that contains nothing but silicon, wires, and the concentrated frustration of an entire generation. I encountered my first Atari at the home of a young man who was otherwise regarded as a promising member of society. He had connected the machine to his television set, a monstrous box that occupied half the parlor, and was currently clutching a joystick. Now, the joystick is a piece of engineering that deserves its own monument. It is a short, rubbery stalk protruding from a square base, topped with a single red button. It is the most primitive tool ever devised for the navigation of a digital universe. To use it is to engage in a struggle against the very laws of physics. You push the stick to the left, and 3 seconds later, after the machine has had a good long think about it, the object on the screen moves approximately 1/16 of an inch in a direction that is vaguely westward. "What are you doing, Arthur?" I asked. It was, inevitably, Arthur again. He is the early adopter of every calamity this decade has produced. "I am commanding a tank, Sam," he cried, his eyes wide and unblinking. "I am in the middle of a desert, and I am hunting my prey." I looked at the television screen. I did not see a tank. I did not see a desert. I saw a murky, pea-green background upon which 2 gray rectangles were slowly, very slowly, vibrating. One of the rectangles would occasionally emit a tiny flickering dot that moved across the screen with the velocity of a lethargic snail. When the dot touched the other rectangle, the entire screen would flash a sickly yellow, and a sound would emerge from the speaker that resembled a robot clearing its throat. "Arthur," I said, "that is not a tank. That is a square that has lost its way in a bowl of spinach. If this is the frontier of combat, then I am the king of Siam. In my day, if you wanted to see a tank, you went to a parade. If you wanted to see a desert, you went to Arizona. But to sit here and pretend that a vibrating rectangle is a lethal weapon is a piece of imaginative labor that would break the back of a professional novelist." But Arthur didn't hear me. He was too busy maneuvering. He had been at it for 4 hours. He had developed a callus on his thumb the size of a nickel, which he referred to proudly as his Atari thumb. It is the new badge of honor in 1978. We no longer value the scars of the plow or the calluses of the axe. We value the blister earned by pressing a red plastic button until our nerves go numb. This is the video game revolution. It is a process of simplification so extreme it borders on the theological. The world of 1878 was a complex tapestry of textures, smells, and sounds. The world of the Atari is a world of the pixel. A pixel is a tiny square of light that is currently the basic unit of the American daydream. We have reached a point where we are willing to accept a single square as a man, a slightly larger square as a house, and a flickering line as a bolt of lightning. It is a grand electronic humbug. The manufacturers of these games, the high priests of the Silicon Valley, sell us cartridges for $40 apiece. A cartridge is a plastic slab that contains a program. On the box, there is always a magnificent painting, a hero with rippling muscles and a laser sword fighting a three-headed dragon in the heart of a volcano. It is a work of art that promises a thrill beyond the reach of mortal men. But when you put the cartridge into the machine and turn it on, the hero is revealed to be a lumpy green block, the dragon is a flickering orange squiggle, and the volcano is a brown triangle that appears to be melting. It is the most consistent and profitable bait-and-switch operation in history. We buy the box for the art, and we play the game for the obsession. I asked a group of children who were huddled around a television set what they found so fascinating about a game called Space Invaders. "They're coming to get us, Mr. Twain," one lad yelled, his thumbs moving with the speed of a hummingbird's wings. "We have to stop the rows before they reach the bottom." I watched the screen. A series of white shapes, which looked like a cross between a crab and a kitchen appliance, were slowly marching down the screen in rhythmic formation. Every time the boy shot one, the machine made a sound like a wet sponge hitting a radiator. Bloop, bloop, bloop. "My boy," I said, "if the fate of the earth depends on your ability to hit a white kitchen appliance with a flickering dot, then I suggest we all start learning the language of the crab people immediately. Why don't you go outside? The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and there isn't a single pixelated alien for 3 counties." The boy looked at me as if I were speaking a dead dialect of Aramaic. "The sun is too bright," he muttered. "I can't see the screen." That, in a nutshell, is the tragedy of 1978. The real world has become an interference with the digital one. We are raising a generation of children who have the complexions of mushrooms, pale, damp, and perfectly suited for life in a dark basement. They don't know how to climb a tree, but they can navigate a maze filled with ghosts while eating a bag of orange-dusted corn chips. The social consequences are profound. In the old days, a parlor was a place for conversation, for music, for the exchange of ideas. Now, the Parlor is a hushed chapel dedicated to the Atari. No one speaks. Everyone just watches the screen. The only sound is the rhythmic click, click, click of the joystick and the occasional frustrated groan when a game over sign appears in blocky, unyielding letters. I suspect that this is only the beginning. I suspect that in the years to come, these machines will become more powerful. The squares will become smaller, and the tank will eventually look like a real tank. But the result will be the same. A nation of people sitting in the dark, clutching their joysticks, and forgetting that there is a world outside that doesn't require a power outlet to function. We have traded our muscles for our thumbs and our experiences for our high scores. A high score is the most ephemeral thing in the universe. It is a number that exists only as long as the machine is turned on. When you pull the plug, the number vanishes into the great electronic void, leaving nothing behind but a tired thumb and a sense of wasted time. But don't tell that to Arthur. He's currently trying to beat the world record for a game where he has to move a digital frog across a digital road without getting hit by a digital truck. "It teaches you timing, Sam," he shouted, his face illuminated by the flickering green glow. "It teaches you strategy." "Arthur," I said, "if you want to learn timing and strategy, try crossing the street in downtown St. Louis at rush hour. It's much more exciting, and if you fail, the game over is considerably more permanent." I left him to his frog and his wood-grain box and stepped out onto the porch. The evening was quiet, and the stars were out, each one a perfect, non-pixelated point of light that didn't require me to press a red button to enjoy. I sat in my rocking chair and whittled a piece of cedar, feeling a great sense of superiority. It may not have been high-tech, but at least when I was finished, I had something to show for it. Next, I think we must finally turn our gaze toward the most somber and chilling chapter of this year, a story that shows what happens when the desire for a leader and a new world leads a people away from the light and into the dark heart of the jungle. We must speak of the Jonestown Shadow. It is not a funny story, but it is a necessary one, for it is the final dark exclamation point at the end of the 1970s. Chapter 18, The Punk Rock Protest, or The Fine Art of the Public Seizure. I have lived through many forms of organized yelling in my time. I have heard the war whoops of the plains, the thunderous oratory of the camp-meeting preacher who is convinced that the Almighty is hard of hearing, and the screeching of the Mississippi steam whistle when it is about to announce its own impending explosion. But I have never, until this year of 1978, witnessed a musical movement dedicated to the proposition that talent is a bourgeois affectation and that a melody is a form of government oppression. I am speaking, of course, of punk rock. In the earlier chapters of this record, we discussed the disco phenomenon, a world of light, glitter, and people who sing in a register, usually reserved for those who have accidentally sat on a hot stove. One would think that the natural antidote to such polished vanity would be a return to the quiet dignity of a folk ballad, or perhaps a sensible bit of piano playing. But no, the American and British youth, having decided that the world is currently a garbage heap of inflation and gas lines, have decided that the only logical response is to dress up like the garbage heap and scream at it until they are hoarse. The architecture of the nouveau pour. The first thing one notices about the punk is that he has turned the fundamental principles of the tailor's trade inside out and backwards. In my day, if a man had a hole in his trousers, he mended it. Or, if he were a man of means, he had a new pair fashioned. If he used a safety pin, it was a temporary measure of extreme necessity, hidden away lest he be mistaken for a vagrant. In 1978, the safety pin has become the diamond of the dispossessed. I saw a young man in London recently, a lad who appeared to have been through a threshing machine and then partially repaired by a drunken clerk, who had a safety pin through his ear, 3 through his cheek, and a dozen more holding his jacket together in a way that ensured he would never be able to pass through a doorway without snagging on the woodwork. He was a walking hardware store. "What is the meaning of this, my boy?" I asked. "Have you had a disagreement with a sewing machine?" "It's a protest, man," he snarled, and the snarl, I have noted, is the primary vocational requirement of the punk rock industry. It's about the decay of society. It's about the anarchy. "I see," I said. "And does the anarchy require you to be perpetually at risk of tetanus? Because if the decay of society can be halted by a few pieces of bent wire, I suspect we are in better shape than the newspapers suggest." He looked at me with a profound contempt, his hair standing on end in a series of multicolored spikes that looked like a defensive maneuver by a very confused porcupine. This is the mohawk, a hairstyle borrowed from a noble tribe and applied to the heads of people whose only experience with the wilderness is a dark alley behind a pub. It is held in place by a mixture of sugar water, hairspray, and what I suspect is pure, unadulterated stubbornness. The music, a symphony of broken glass. But the fashion is merely the appetizer. The main course is the music. I attended a performance by a group known as the Sex Pistols during their brief and somewhat disastrous tour of the American South. The name alone is a magnificent humbug, designed to ensure that no grandmother in the Republic will ever feel comfortable in their presence. They arrived on stage not with the grace of performers, but with the air of men who had just been ejected from a moving vehicle. The lead singer, a lad who calls himself Johnny Rotten, a name of refreshingly honest hygiene, does not so much sing as he does emit a series of rhythmic grievances. He clutches the microphone as if he is trying to strangle it, and he stares at the audience with the look of a man who has just found a fly in his soup and suspects every person in the room is responsible for it. The instrumentation consists of 3 chords played at a volume that would make a battlefield feel like a library. There is no harmony. There is no counterpoint. There is only a relentless thumping noise that sounds like a bag of cats being dropped onto a hot stove. It is a sound that is designed to be felt in the dental work. "Why is it so fast?" I asked a young lady who was currently jumping up and down with such violence I feared she would suffer a structural failure of the spine. "It's energy, Sam," she yelled. "It's the no future movement. We don't have time for solos. We don't have time for beauty. We just have now." Punk rock is the only business in the world where the less you know how to do your job, the more likely you are to be considered a genius. If a carpenter built a house the way a punk band plays a song, the roof would be in the basement, and the door would be on the chimney, and the critics would hail him as the voice of a new generation. The ritual of the pogo and the gobs. And then there is the dance. We have seen the disco hustle, which is a display of vanity. The punk dance is something called the pogo. It involves standing in one place and jumping up and down until you collide with your neighbor. It is the perfect dance for a people who have forgotten how to move their feet and have decided to rely entirely on gravity. It looks less like a celebration and more like a mass exercise for the cardiovascularly challenged. But the most striking ritual of the punk scene is gobbing. In my day, if you spat at a performer, it was considered a sign of extreme disapproval, usually followed by the performer jumping off the stage to thrash you within an inch of your life. In 1978, spitting or gobbing at the band is a sign of affection. It is a form of liquid applause. The performers are covered in it. The stage is slick with it. The air is thick with a mist of communal saliva. I have seen many forms of baptism, but the idea of being baptized in the spit of 1,000 angry youths is a theological development that I am not yet prepared to accept. It is a grand, moist humbug. It is a way of saying, we are all in the gutter together, so we might as well share the fluid. The commercialization of anarchy. The irony of the whole business, of course, is that anarchy has become a very profitable brand. The punks claim to hate the system, yet they are currently the system's favorite customers. I walked past a shop in London called Sex, run by a gentleman named Malcolm McLaren and a lady named Vivian Westwood. They are the high priests of the movement. They sell the torn shirts, the safety pins, and the leather jackets for prices that would make a banker blink. "How can you sell Revolution for £50 a garment?" I asked a clerk. "It's about the statement, man," he said, as he rang up a pair of bondage trousers, pants that have so many straps and buckles that the wearer appears to be his own prisoner. "It's about looking like you don't care about money." "My boy," I said, "to spend £50 to look like you don't have a nickel is the most expensive way to be poor I have ever seen. It is a magnificent swindle. You are wearing a costume of rebellion that was manufactured in a factory and sold to you by a man who is currently counting his profits in a very comfortable office. You aren't an anarchist. You're a consumer with a bloody lip." But the punks don't care. They are the final, loud, distorted gasp of the me decade. They are the people who have realized that if they can't be famous for their talent, they can at least be famous for their outrage. They are the anti-Supermen. If Superman is the dream of what we could be, the punk is the reality of what we are when we stop trying, loud, messy, and slightly out of tune. As the Sex Pistols finished their tour in San Francisco, Johnny Rotten looked out at the audience, a crowd that had paid good money to be insulted and spat upon, and asked the most important question of the year. "Ever get the feeling you've been cheated?" The crowd cheered. They loved being cheated. They had spent the whole year being cheated by the gas stations, the politicians, and the inflation, and here was a man who was honest enough to tell them to their faces that the show they just watched was a humbug. It was a moment of profound, snarky clarity. Punk rock will not last, of course. A movement that depends on being new and shocking cannot survive the inevitable moment when it becomes old and expected. By next year, the safety pins will be in the bargain bin, and the mohawks will be growing out into sensible haircuts. But for this brief, noisy moment in 1978, the punks are the only ones who aren't smiling like Jimmy Carter. They are snarling, and in a year like this, a snarl is the only honest thing left. Next, I think we must look at a shadow that is far less funny, a shadow that shows what happens when the desire for a leader and a new world leads a people into the dark heart of the jungle. We must speak of the Jonestown shadow. It is a sobering chapter, but a necessary one, for it is the final dark exclamation point at the end of the 1970s. Chapter 19. The Jonestown Shadow, or The Perils of the Prophet in Shades. I have lived long enough to know that when a man starts promising you a new Jerusalem, you had better keep a firm grip on your watch, a suspicious eye on the nearest exit, and perhaps a loaded revolver in your waistcoat. The human race is afflicted with a recurring fever, a desperate sweating need to be led. We are like a herd of sheep that, having grown tired of the familiar green of the meadow, decides that the local wolf is actually a misunderstood vegetarian with a very compelling plan for a better world. In this year of 1978, we have seen the me decade take a very dark and very final turn. We have seen what happens when the American desire for belonging, that same desire that drives a man to buy a pet rock or a CB radio, is twisted into a rope of absolute faith and pulled tight around the neck of 1,000 souls. I am speaking of the Jonestown shadow. Now, as a man who has spent a considerable amount of time observing the confidence man in his natural habitat, the riverboats, the mining camps, and the halls of Congress, I have a certain professional admiration for a well-executed swindle. But there is a line between a harmless humbug and a murderous delusion, and a gentleman named Jim Jones did not merely cross that line. He erased it, salted the earth behind him, and built a gated community on the other side. The prophet of the pews. Jim Jones was a creature of his time. He began his career in the pulpits of the Midwest, preaching a gospel of racial harmony and social justice, sentiments that are noble enough in their own right, provided the man preaching them doesn't eventually decide that he is the only person in the universe authorized to interpret them. He moved his People's Temple to San Francisco, a city that has always had a soft spot for any man who claims to have a direct line to the Almighty and a new way to organize a parade. In San Francisco, Jones became a power broker. He was courted by politicians, lauded by the press, and surrounded by a congregation that looked upon him with a devotion that would have made a medieval pope blush with envy. He wore dark glasses, indoors, outdoors, and, for all I know, in the bathtub. I have always been wary of a man who refuses to let the world see his eyes. It suggests that either he is hiding a soul that has gone sour, or he has spent too much time looking at his own reflection and doesn't want anyone else to notice the cracks in the glass. He told his followers that the United States was a den of iniquity, a place of malaise and corruption. He promised them a utopia, a socialist paradise, where there would be no racism, no poverty, and no hunger. And he told them the only way to reach this paradise was to follow him into the heart of the South American jungle. The jungle humbug. The move to Guyana is a magnificent piece of geographical madness. He took 1,000 Americans, people who are used to the convenience of the supermarket and the comfort of the television box, and dumped them into a clearing in the rainforest. He called it Jonestown. I have seen the jungle. It is a place where the mosquitoes are the size of hummingbirds. The heat is a physical weight that you must push against to breathe, and the vegetation is actively engaged in a plot to reclaim the earth from anyone foolish enough to stand still for more than 20 minutes. To call such a place a paradise is a humbug of the highest order. It is like calling a Siberian salt mine a winter resort. But the people went. They gave him their savings, their property, and their identities. They worked in the mud from dawn until dusk, listening to the prophet's voice being broadcast over a loudspeaker system that never slept. Jones had moved the electronic brain of the parlor into the forest, using it not to play games of Pong, but to keep his flock in a state of perpetual, exhausted terror. He told them that the world was coming to an end. He told them that the American government was coming to take their children and put them into concentration camps. He staged white nights, dress rehearsals for a mass suicide, to test their loyalty. He was a man who had realized that if you keep a person hungry, tired, and scared enough, they will eventually thank you for the privilege of dying. The Inquisitive Congressman. The end began with a visit from a congressman named Leo Ryan. In the tradition of the inquisitive American, Mr. Ryan decided to go and see for himself if the rumors of abuse and held against their will congregants were true. It was a brave act, or perhaps a foolish one. The line between the two is often thinner than a safety pin on a punk rocker's jacket. Ryan and his party arrived in Jonestown, and for a few hours the humbug held. There was a feast, there was dancing, and there were people who looked into the cameras and said they were the happiest they had ever been. But the cracks were showing. Notes were passed to the visitors. "Please help us get out of here." When the congressman attempted to leave with a group of defectors, the prophet's Red Brigade opened fire. It was a cold-blooded murder at a remote jungle airstrip, a final, violent rejection of the world that Jones could no longer control. And then, back at the settlement, the Vought was brought out. The juice and the tragedy. We have a saying in this country that has emerged from the wreckage of this year, drinking the Kool-Aid. It is used to describe a man who has completely surrendered his critical faculties to a cause or a leader. But I must note, in the interest of historical accuracy and my own penchant for the details of the swindle, that it wasn't even real Kool-Aid. It was Flavor Aid, a cheaper, less reputable imitation. There is a final, snarky irony in the fact that even at the moment of their ultimate sacrifice, the people of Jonestown were being cheated. They were being sold a second-rate beverage for a first-rate tragedy. 900 people, men, women, and children, lay down in the mud and consumed a mixture of grape juice and cyanide because a man in sunglasses told them it was a revolutionary act. It was not an act of revolution. It was an act of profound, heartbreaking despair. It was the me-decade reaching its logical conclusion, the total annihilation of the self in the service of a lie. The news of the massacre hit the American public like a bucket of ice water. We were used to the silly madness of 1978, the disco, the pet rocks, the leisure suits. We were used to a world that was a bit ridiculous but generally harmless. Jonestown reminded us that madness is not always funny. It reminded us that the search for meaning can lead a man into a very dark place if he isn't careful about who is holding the lantern. I saw the photographs in the newspapers, the sea of bodies in their colorful summer clothes lying in the green grass of the jungle. It looked like a macabre picnic, a social gathering that had been frozen in time by a vengeful god. It was a silence that was louder than any punk rock concert, a void that was deeper than any gas line. The lesson of the shadow. What are we to make of this as we stand at the end of this peculiar year? We have learned that the human heart is a lonely hunter, and that in its loneliness it will latch on to anything that promises a bit of warmth. We have learned that the malaise the president spoke of is a real and dangerous thing, a hunger of the soul that can be exploited by any man with a loud voice and a pair of shades. We are a nation that wants to believe. We want to believe in the Force. We want to believe in Superman, and we want to believe that there is a paradise just around the corner. But the lesson of 1978 and the lesson of Jonestown is that you must never outsource your conscience. You must never trade your own eyes for a pair of someone else's sunglasses. As I walked through the streets of San Francisco after the news broke, the city felt different. The summer of love was a distant, hazy memory. The disco fever felt suddenly trivial and thin. The Jonestown shadow had stretched across the continent, reminding us that for all our technology, for all our electronic brains and our personal computers, we are still the same fallible, frightened creatures we have always been. I sat on a bench and watched the fog roll in over the bay. I thought about the people in the jungle, and I thought about the flavor aid. It is a grand, terrible humbug, this life. We are all looking for the great truth, but we usually end up with a plastic box, a blinking clock, and a man who tells us what we want to hear until it's too late to stop listening. Next, I think we must try to find a bit of light again, if only to keep from going mad ourselves. We shall look at the rise of the Walkman and the sunset of '78. We must sum up this year of glitter and gloom, of rocks and robots, and prepare ourselves for the arrival of 1979, which, I am told, involves a great deal of neon and a man named Reagan, who is currently warming up in the wings. But for now, let us reflect on the shadow, and let us be thankful that we are still here, still skeptical, and still, God willing, capable of spotting a swindle before the vat is brought out. Chapter 20. The Sunset of '78, or The Final Sigh of the Polyester Age. The year 18, confounded 1978, is currently drawing its final wheezing breath, and I must report that it is departing with all the grace of a man in platform shoes attempting to navigate an icy staircase while carrying a hot tureen of soup. It has been a year of such magnificent, multicolored absurdity that I suspect history will eventually choose to remember it not as a chronological period, but as a temporary lapse in the collective sanity of the human race. I have seen many a year depart in my time. I have seen years go out in a blaze of glory, years that slunk away in the shadows of defeat, and years that simply evaporated like a puddle of rainwater on a July afternoon. But 1978 is different. It is a year that seems to be leaving behind a trail of synthetic lint and the faint, lingering scent of cheap cologne and desperation. It is a year that has spent 12 months looking for its own reflection in a mirror ball, and has finally realized that the reflection is currently wearing a leisure suit and holding a pet rock. As we stand on the precipice of 1979, looking out toward the neon-lit horizon of a new decade, it is only fitting that we take a final, jaundiced look at the landscape we are leaving behind. It has been a year dominated by the malaise, a word that has been used so frequently by our leaders that I suspect they have forgotten it is a medical term and not a campaign slogan. To be in a malaise in 1978 is the height of fashion. It suggests that you are a person of such profound sensitivity that the price of gasoline and the quality of disco music have caused your soul to undergo a temporary structural failure. But the American citizen is a resilient creature. He has met the malaise with the only weapon he has left, the credit card. We have spent the year 1978 engaging in a level of financial gymnastics that would make a circus acrobat dizzy. Because the dollar is currently losing its value faster than a secret in a small town, we have decided that the only logical response is to spend it as quickly as possible. We are a nation of people buying things we don't need, with money we don't have, to impress people we don't like, who are currently doing the exact same thing. It is a magnificent, self-sustaining humbug of prosperity. We are currently decorating our homes with harvest gold appliances and avocado green carpets, convinced that these colors represent the pinnacle of domestic elegance, rather than the contents of a particularly neglected vegetable bin. And then there is the matter of our heroes. In 1878, a hero was a man who explored a wilderness or defended a principle. In 1978, a hero is a man who can run very fast in blue tights, or a woman who has been surgically enhanced with $6 million worth of mechanical parts. We have become obsessed with the bionic. We have the bionic man and the bionic woman, creatures who can see through walls and jump over buildings. I find this to be a fascinating commentary on our current state. We have become so weary of our own flawed, fleshy selves that we have begun to daydream about being replaced by machinery. We want ears that can hear a whisper at 3 miles and legs that never tire of jogging. We want to be better, stronger, faster. But as I watched an episode of this electronic mythology, I couldn't help but notice that even with $6 million worth of parts, the bionic man still has to deal with the same bad acting and recycled plots as the rest of us. You can give a man a nuclear-powered arm, but if he still doesn't know what to do with his life, he's just a very expensive way to open a jar of pickles. As the sun sets on 1978, we must also acknowledge the arrival of a new kind of silence. I am told that in the coming months, a device will be released, a Walkman, they call it, that will allow a human being to walk through a crowded street while listening to his own private music through a pair of padded earmuffs. This, I suspect, will be the final nail in the coffin of the American community. We have already stopped talking to our neighbors because we are too busy watching the electronic brain in the parlor. We have stopped looking at our neighbors because we are blinded by the strobe lights of the disco. And now we are going to stop hearing our neighbors altogether. We are becoming a nation of islands, each of us encased in a bubble of our own noise, moving through the world like ghosts in a machine. It is the ultimate victory of the me decade. We will finally be able to ignore the entire world while listening to a plastic tape of a man in a white suit singing about staying alive. In the world of politics, the peanut purgatory continues. The president is still smiling, though the smile is starting to look a bit like a permanent architectural feature rather than an expression of genuine emotion. He has spent the year trying to bring peace to the Middle East by inviting the leaders of Egypt and Israel to a wooded retreat in Maryland. They call it the Camp David Accords. I have seen many such accords in my time. They involve a great deal of handshaking, a significant amount of flowery prose, and the eventual realization that an agreement between two men in a cabin is no match for the ancient, stubborn grievances of two nations in the desert. But for a moment, it was a beautiful show. It gave the American public something to cheer, for that didn't involve a football or a disco beat. It was a brief, shining moment of grown-up behavior in a year that has otherwise been dominated by the antics of Billy Carter and the search for the perfect leisure suit. And what of the future? As we look toward 1979 and the looming shadow of 1980, I see a horizon that is increasingly lit by neon and fueled by a strange new energy. There is a man out in California, a former actor, I am told, who is currently warming up in the wings. His name is Reagan, and he speaks of a morning in America. Now, I am always suspicious of any politician who promises a new morning. In my experience, the morning usually brings nothing but a headache and a list of chores that weren't finished the night before. But the American public is tired of the sunset. They are tired of the malaise, the gas lines, and the feeling that they are currently losing a game they don't remember agreeing to play. They want a morning. They want a leader who looks like he belongs on a movie poster and who tells them that they are still the greatest people on the face of the earth, regardless of the evidence provided by their current wardrobe. As I close this record of 1978, I am struck by the sheer, unadulterated humbug of it all. We have spent 12 months chasing shadows, worshiping rocks, and dancing in dark cellars. We have invented fabrics that don't breathe and computers that don't think. We have traded our history for a Star War and our dignity for a hustle. But through it all, there is a certain magnificent, ridiculous spirit that I cannot help but admire. The human race is a hopeless case, to be sure, but it is a case that is never boring. We are a people who can face an energy crisis by putting on a sweater and then drive 5 miles to a gym to run on a motorized belt. We are a people who can lose our life savings at a craps table and then feel like we've won because the prime rib was all you can eat. We are, in short, the same fools we have always been, only now we have better lighting and more expensive toys. I shall leave you now, as the clock on the VCR continues to blink 12 o'clock, and the last strains of YMCA fade into the midnight air. I am going to find a quiet corner away from the ferns and the polyester, and I am going to read a book that was printed on honest-to-goodness paper. I suggest you do the same, though I suspect you are currently too busy trying to figure out how to program your microwave oven to listen to me. Farewell to 1978. You were a grand, glittering, plastic-coated calamity. I can hardly wait to see what kind of nonsense 1979 has in store for us. I suspect it involves a lot of neon, a lot of hairspray, and the inevitable realization that the 80s are coming, whether we have the right shoes for them or not. Lord, deliver us from our own inventions. And if you can't deliver us, At least make sure the next year is half as funny as this one was. But I don't see how that's possible. After a year of pet rocks and disco, the universe is surely going to need a very long nap. The end of the 1978 record. This has been Mark Twain.